What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. What is it, Friday night? That means it must be the Friday night Radio Baloney Live. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. We are streaming right now on Rumble, YouTube, X, and Locals. How's everybody doing? Who we got in here already? Let's see. We got Mickey. We got Rosie. We got Izzy. Spambot. All right. We're doing all right. Good to see you guys. And who got the first like? As everybody knows, we are streaming on Rumble, YouTube, X, and Locals. And anywhere on those, if you get the first like, you get extra good karma. So, of course, every like gets you good karma. Of course, obviously, subscribing to the channel as well. But every like gets you a really healthy dose of good karma that I don't think you can live without, frankly. But if you get the first like, that could be double, that could be triple, that could be quadruple, that could be quintuple good karma on all of those platforms together. That could be like 20 good karmas right there. I mean, you know you're going to be having a good day when that happens. So who got the first? Mickey got the first. Let's go crazy. Let's say quintuple good karma. That's 5. 5 good karmas for you, my friend. What's going to happen? He's going to like pull out an old coat from the back of the closet, and he's going to put his hand in the pocket, and there's going to be $20 in there. I don't know. Something good's going to happen, or maybe it's something bad that was going to happen that's not going to happen, and he'll just be blissfully unaware of it. If you have a good day, I'm just saying that the Radio Baloney good karma probably had something to do with it. It definitely did. Okay, let's be honest here. Who got the second? Who got number 2? I'm guessing it was, Izzy got number 2. So if we're going quintuple, then number 2 was quadruple good karma today. That's good for you. That's good for your health. Who got number 3 gets triple, number 2 gets double. Or sorry, so wait a second. Number 3 gets triple, number 4 gets double, and number 5 gets 1.5, which is still a really, really healthy amount of good karma for you. All right, now what are we doing? What are you guys talking about? Let's see what you guys are saying first, and we'll get to the menu. Let's see. Rosie's informing us that it's very humid where she is in Tennessee, and don't like the humid. Don't like it at all. Pouring with rain on the wet coast. That's not good. Although it is nice. It's raining where I am, and I'm actually kind of enjoying it. It just kind of cleans out the air. It's a great excuse not to have to go outside. I don't have a problem with it. It's a reset. Let's see. Rosie says that's a lot. Chattanooga got 6 inches in 1 hour the other day, overflowed the river. Well, that's too much. That's too much. But we're not getting that much. Let's see. You guys are just talking about the weather a lot. Okay, that's good. I'm noticing when I'm editing the clip videos from these live streams that a lot of the time in the chat, you guys aren't talking about what I'm talking about on the screen. You're just having some completely different conversation, not even paying attention. What the hell? It's fine. You do that. Fine. As long as you like the stream. All right. And it's just all weather talk. Rosie says, and remember, Jesus loves you no matter how much karma you have. He loves you more when you hit the like button, I am sure. That is such an insight, Rosie. What a beautiful thought. All right, let's get to the menu. What are we talking about? Well, of course, we got to talk about the Trump-Putin meeting, which I predicted nothing really would come of it because Trump really doesn't have any leverage in this, and we've gone into why that is. I guess we'll talk about that more tonight. But we've got some clips from the press conference afterwards, and we are going to take a look at a bit from Pierre Poilievre, some Canadian news, of course. We'll be actually doing lots of that tonight. Here is a story that illustrates just how insane Canada is now. Just every institution has been taken over by lunatics, by woke ideologues. This is a story that's been going on for a long time, and I don't think I've covered this very much, if at all, because it's Canada and the whole country is crazy. But it's time I did something on this, and it's this BC nurse who has been put through a years-long struggle session by the BC College of Nurses and Midwives for accurately describing reality. So that's what happens in Canada. If you accurately describe reality, you will get you'll get a massive fine, right? If you accurately describe reality in Canada, okay, and you're at the mercy of one of these institutions, they will torture you for years and tell you to give them lots of money. They will force you to pay for your own persecution is what will happen. And they'll try and ruin your life. And this whole story is totally insane, and we're going to go through it. It's going to take us a little while, but it's important. All right, we got some memes, of course. So I guess they animated this because now in Grok you can animate like old pictures and stuff, and so this one has an update. This was the old Elon Musk, in case you need to lose a boner fast. When he posted this. Anyway, we got a bunch of memes. It's good times. In fact, I should probably refresh that because I think I got a bunch of new ones. All right. Yes, I did. We've got another insane story out of Canada. This is Vancouver, Canada. She was denied access to a 2SL Alphabet Plus friendly outdoor theater because her hair violated the venue's code of conduct cultural appropriation policy. So, a lot of people are saying it's the left eating themselves. I don't know if she's a left. I mean, she kind of has that. Sounds really to me like just kind of a normal person who's got some gay friends or something and hangs out and probably default liberal. But this is what happens when you're not paying attention. You don't realize what's going on around you. because this is absurd. It's obviously absurd. And she actually seems pretty cool, you know? But it's I would say it's shocking, but it's not. It's Canada. This is the state of Canada now. All right. We will be getting to a good visual metaphor for the Canadian government. We're going to talk about this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. We'll be talking about Canada and what a mess is being made of it in so many various ways. The tariff deal, won't spend too much time on that, but we'll spend a little bit of time on that. Polling Canada, just to show you how nuts Canada really is. I mean, this is really just a long show about don't be Canada. Right? Don't be Canada. Canada is a cautionary tale. This is just a video this stream is for the world, just to let the world know, don't do this. See what Canada's doing? Don't do it. Don't be Canadian. Big mistake. I mean, if you like, I don't know, having a proper country. Here is Pierre Poilievre talking about another insanely dysfunctional woke policy from the Liberal Party of Canada about this EV mandate where they're trying to force everybody into an EV by 2035. Dystopian, insane. And then we get to the last tab of the evening, and it has a whole bunch of random stuff and a bunch of stuff you guys sent in. Lots of stuff that you guys sent in. This is usually the kind of palate cleanser, end of the night stuff where we just kind of have fun. Not too much news. There'll be probably a little bit in there. Although I think tonight actually there's not really anything news-wise. It's just kind of fun stuff. So there we go. And let's get back to the chat. Steve Tollison got first like on YouTube. That's, what did I say? Quintuple? I said quintuple, didn't I? That's 5. Good karmas for you, my friend. 5. That's a lot. That's a lot of good karmas. All right. Let's see. Well, Izzy has had a busy day, still working, probably be distracted this evening. No, that's not acceptable. You must. What the heck? Hold on. What happened to the screen? All right. What happened here? Why did that stop? Why did it go blank? What? Okay, fishing. We're going to fishing. I like women's sports. What can I say? Spambot says a lot of early birds. I know you guys have been kind of showing up a bit late lately, and that's fine. Whatever, as long as people, eventually show up. But yeah, it's good to see this tonight. Let's see. Mickey says, let's go. Spambot got the 5th like before Richie shows up. So yes, that is 1.5 good karmas for you, sir. Because we're just throwing them out there like crazy. I've got an unusual amount of good karma in my personal reservoir tonight. Let's see. So much for that global warming, Mickey says. Global warming. The thing I don't like is that global warming is not the weather, but it's also the weather. So just depending on whether it's a hot day or not. Let's see. Makes me wonder if they're just trying to fork with us. I don't know. All right. Okay, I think I've caught up with the chat here. Let's see. Spambot says, Richie, you mostly ignore our chat when you start your rants. Well, of course, I can't interrupt my rants, obviously. What, you expect me to interrupt my rants? I get a head of steam going. I'm ranting about all the things I don't like. I don't know. It could be updates. I mean, what the hell's up with those anyway? Why are they trying to ruin my life with those, by the way? I don't like it. I don't want to. If I wanted to update, I'd go find the thing, like on the menu, that said update. update. They've got that right. You can find the update. If I wanted to do it, I would just find that. Everybody knows that's there. You don't have to keep putting it on my screen constantly. Oh, would you like to update now? Would you like to update? No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. It keeps coming up. It keeps coming up. How many times do I have to say? How many times do I have to click no? No, no, no. I don't want to update. Everything works just fucking fine right now. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Chinese man in a warehouse somewhere in Beijing whose whole purpose is to be paid by the Chinese government to try and fuck up my life. Because that's happening. You know that's happening. Why else would they keep doing this to me? Oh, I know what happens. I'll click on, yes, please update, because of all these new magical things, all these new magical features that I can enjoy. I don't want them because they're not magical. And they're not fun, and they're not going to improve my life. They're going to turn my life to garbage for like 8 hours until I find out how to fix the fucking thing that got broken by updating. Do you think that's how I want to live? I don't want to live like that. I'm sorry, Chinese man in the warehouse in Beijing being paid by the Chinese government to fuck with me. No. Anyway, my point was, you can't expect me to stop a good rant to check out the chat. Obviously, I'll check out the chat afterwards. All right, like I'm going to do right now. Let's see. Where was I? I lost my place now because of that rant. What incentive do we have to stay on topic if you don't see it? Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not God. Spambot says, nose ring, call me lefty. I don't know, though. I mean, she says, she says if I take out my hair, I'll look like a retard. So, she said the retard word. That made them even madder at her, by the way. So I'm starting to wonder if she's just kind of a normal person, because most people are just normal. They're just living their lives. Maybe they're kind of default whatever, but they're not really involved. They're not paying attention. They're not out with their Palestinian or ISIS flags or whatever, marching down the street, screaming death to Canada. Most people aren't like that. Most people are just living their lives, and it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, no, I'm like empathy or something, right? So you don't know that. Maybe. Tats on her tees. Tats on her tees. Well, tats don't mean anything anymore. Tats on her tees. That's tats on her titties. Titties. Tatas. That doesn't mean anything anymore. I mean, I've got a tattoo, for God's sakes. It's a very tasteful one, though, by the way. It's cool. Izzy says, what the fuck is wrong with our country? What the fuck is wrong with our country? And that country would be Canada. Well, the problem with our country is that for half the year, we're a country of frozen retards. And then for the other half of the year, we are, we're just retards. That's what's wrong. Every institution has been taken over by lunatics while everybody else was asleep. That's what the problem is with this country. As he says, are you trying to depress us, Richie? Yes, that's my purpose. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie says, I think everyone in chat should post. No. God damn it. I'm not looking. I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look at the chat if you guys are going to do that. You know what that does to me? It hurts me. Stop trying to hurt me. Like the engine parts Chinese woman in the video. Don't hurt me. Canada Monkey, how you doing? Hey everyone, how are things in Canada? Sucks. Steve Tollison says, take a break and watch some women's sports. Yeah. I like women's fishing. Let's see. Stop it. Stop putting that in the no, I'm not going to look at the chat if you guys keep doing that. You're trying to hurt me. Don't hurt me. My stream is very complete. Let's see. Izzy says Microsoft would rather not ask you. What the hell's going on? They just want to reboot your computer without warning. The bastards. That's maybe Bill Gates' biggest crime, his worst crime. All right. I'm not going to let you guys bait me. I'm not going to let it happen. All right. Well, let's just get started, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know why I bother, frankly. I don't know why I bother. Maybe, though. Maybe I'll give you guys what you really want, and then you'll cooperate. Why isn't it letting me do it, though? Hold on. What the heck? I'm going to the ads, and I've got enough people to read ads, and it's not letting me do it. What the heck? Hold on. There we go. Okay. All right, now I can do it. Let's see. What do I want to do? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Hold on. Actually, I'll keep scrolling down. There's so many new ads to read. It's a cornucopia of new ads. It's a plethora of new ads. Let's see. Okay, let's go to a classic. We love this one. I love this one. Everybody loves this one. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. 1,000 units? It can't be only 1,000. Everybody's going to want one of those. I better act quick. You're getting the bold, dark roast that hits hard, the smooth, medium roast, and the Vitality Mushroom Coffee for clean energy and laser focus. No crash, no communism. Oh, single origin, small batch, toxin-free. We hate toxins. They're the worst. And mold-free. Gross. We don't like mold. I'm so glad this is mold-free. They're taking care of me. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, silly. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinion. She's probably one of those old-school commies. Yuck. And a black 1775 tumbler. That's $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for only, I can't believe I'm saying this, only $99, folks. That's less than $100. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Hey, guess what? Spoiler alert, it is. Unless you're some kind of dirty, filthy commie or something. I don't know. Go to 1775coffee.com. That's 1775coffee.com. /studio. You're going to need to remember that code studio. That's /studio. 1775coffee.com /studio, and grab your starter kit before they're all gone. And I think they're going fast. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something. Are we talking about free speech? Yeah, I think we're talking about free speech, just like Rumble does. What's going on? Now, I think it's fair to say that was a masterpiece. That ad was a masterpiece. Beautiful. One of nature's greatest miracles. Let's see. Izzy says, coffee ad, just what I needed. That's why I did it. I look out for you guys. Anybody else going to say anything about the coffee ad? Because normally you guys rate my coffee ads. So I just thought maybe you guys would have said something about it. But so I don't know. Let's see. No, you guys are talking about hacking Windows 7. No one is hacking Windows 7 these days. I don't know. I wasn't aware there were coffee ads on Windows 7 that you could rate for my channel. All right. Well, I guess. Macross, how you doing? Macross says, I drink 1812. I think this is going to be a fun one tonight. Rosie says, coffee ad, excellent read, growls, commie hate. Yes, masterpiece. 1777 out of 1775. I have it on good authority. That's the most out of 1775 you can get. Izzy says 1776 out of 10 for the mold and commie free. That's almost the most you can get out of 10. Let's see. All right. 1812. Let's not talk about burning down the White House in this stream. Let's not do that. Not one of those elbows up retards. Retards. I'm so glad we took that word back. I'm so glad we turned. That's when everything turned around for the world. It's when nature started healing, is when we took back the R word, and the R word being retard. I know I felt a lot better. So, Trump greets. This is posted by Cassie Akiva. New Trump greets Putin on the runway. So, they had the meeting. As I've said previously, I don't expect anything to come out of any meetings because there's just simply no leverage. Trump has no leverage. I was saying this before he was reelected again. Said he was going to end it in one day. You know, I thought this was one that he can't do. I mean, he's done remarkable things as president so far for the American people. I mean, closing down the border, just shutting it down immediately, proving, no, you don't need some bipartisan border bill that all it does is actually just makes illegal immigration legal anyway. You don't need any of that. You can just shut down the border. That's probably the biggest thing he could have done. But he has accomplished a lot. He's already accomplished he has achieved peace in a couple of instances already. I mean, just in the last couple of weeks, it was Azerbaijan and Armenia who are jointly nominating him for a Nobel Peace Prize. But in this case, it was never going to happen. Just there's no leverage there. Nothing you can do. Russia is winning. They're going to win. It's an attritional war. They have way more of everything. It was just inevitable. But I'm assuming they're talking about other things as well. Of course, obviously, this would be the biggest thing, the Ukraine war. Maybe they came to something. The problem is that Zelensky and Europe will just shut down anything that's even remotely sane. That's the problem. But let's take a look at this quickly. So apparently the left is freaking out about, they just freak out about everything as it regards the Orange Man. But they're mad about this. I mean, what do I see? I see the leaders of the countries, the leaders of the two countries with by far the most nuclear weapons shaking hands and smiling. And that's not a bad sign, right? That's not a bad sign. If you don't want, nuclear Armageddon, right? That's probably a good sign. That's not a precursor to, anybody getting vaporized, right? So I'm fine with this, just fine with it. Let's take a look at the press conference afterwards. So Putin says he wants to end the war in Ukraine, but all legitimate concerns of Russia must be addressed. And that's not going to be acceptable for Zelensky or Europe because they seem to be delusional. I think it's most likely this just ends in terms of surrender, quite frankly.
We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered The Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
I think there's probably some talk, perhaps dangling. There's salients up in the Kharkiv region and Sumy region, which is into the north, which are kind of isolated up there, maybe handing those back over to Ukraine, but Ukrainians have to withdraw entirely from all of the 4 oblasts that Russia are in now. And anybody's talking about Crimea, by the way, that's gone. that's done. But in terms of what they want, their legitimate concerns, I mean, Russia has been very consistent on it. They want denazification of Ukraine. Like, Zelensky cannot stay. They will not tolerate that, right? So he's got to go. Neutrality, no foreign troops no NATO troops, certainly in Ukraine. They want a buffer zone. That's what they want there. So all of which, by the way, will be totally unacceptable to Europe and to Zelensky. I mean, maybe it will get to the point where the whole military machine just collapses, because that's the nature of this kind of war, this attritional war, where Russia's just grinding them down every day. Eventually, you just run out of men. It doesn't even matter at that point how many weapons are sent over. They're not getting enough weapons anyway. But at that point, it doesn't matter, because you need men to use the weapons anyway and to hold ground. So I think it's most likely that it just ends in terms of surrender.
We see this drive of
because there just seems to be a level of delusion in Europe right now. And again, unless, and if the lines if the front just completely collapses, or major collapses in a couple of areas, and you are seeing signs of that now, maybe they run out and just panic, right? But the point being, there's no good deal to be had. There's no deal that the Western press is going to like. It's just not realistic, and it's not going to happen. But a lot of people have been completely misinformed about the realities on the ground in this horrible, horrifying war, with drones added as a terrifying new dimension. Putin says he agrees with Trump that the war in Ukraine would not have started if Trump had been president instead of Biden. Let's hear this.
I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then, that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, businesslike, and trustworthy contact. I'd like to remind you that in
Yeah, I mean, that I don't think it's a certainty that it wouldn't have happened because Europe seems to be behaving totally delusionally. But yeah, entirely possible that it wouldn't have started. I mean, there's a long history, right? Like going far back, this didn't start in 2022, right? Well, we have the tapes of Victoria Nuland in what was it, 2014 or 2015, basically revealing that these tapes basically reveal that the U.S. was choosing who was going to be the next president of the Ukraine, right? Like that is absolute interference, right? Russia is going to know about that and know that it's not being done for their benefit. It's being done to hurt them, to undermine their interests and their national security. So this goes way back. So I don't know. I think that certainly there's a possibility that it could have been prevented with Trump for sure. So I mean, we know that he hasn't wanted to have a proxy war with Russia. So with Biden, it was inevitable, or the cabal that was running Biden, it was inevitable. Trump calls meeting with Putin extremely productive and says he plans to start making some phone calls. Well, the fact that they're having this press conference means that either there was some productive talks, maybe it was unrelated to Ukraine, maybe it was, trade talks or something, but the fact that they had this press conference afterwards means either he wants to put on a positive face or it was good. I know he said beforehand that if it didn't go well, they wouldn't be having the press conference. So let's take a look.
So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. So just to put it
again, the problem is that they can agree to whatever they like. It's just that if you can't get Ukraine itself on board and European leadership on board, well, they're just going to reject it. I think that it's not smart. I think that any deal now will be better than the deal a month from now or 2 months from now or 3 months. It's just going to keep getting worse. But we shall see. Now Putin invites Trump to have the next meeting in Moscow. He'll probably do it. I mean, he went to the DMZ in Korea, right? Stood there and shook Kim Jong-un's hand. I mean, that was a show of physical courage in and of itself, right? Like, I'm sure that his security was like, you're not doing that. Like beforehand was like, you're not doing that. And he's like, yes, I am. It's a beautiful DMZ. We're going to build a beautiful Trump Tower in the DMZ. I could see Trump doing that as a show of good faith. The only worry that I'd have was that Ukraine would try and drone him. I'm not joking.
Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know what? They wouldn't let him go there. I don't think so. Let's see. Democrats, how dare Democrats, how dare Trump smile, shake hands, and have a casual conversation with Putin? This is from I Meme, Therefore I Am. Well, let's see. Well, there's Biden, there's Hillary, there's Barack Obama, there's Bill Clinton. Let's not forget, in the presidential debate, was it with, I believe it was it with Romney? The 80s called, they want their foreign policy back, is what he said in regards to Russia policy, and basically stating that times have changed. Russia isn't the evil empire anymore. And he was right about that. Let's see, from Jack Posobiec, CNN reported Trump was angry at Putin after the meeting. Does this seem angry? So there he is standing with Putin. There's no volume on this, audio on this. But, yeah, they don't seem angry. I mean, maybe he went off but it's not really Trump, though, is it? Right? I don't think so. Let's see. Here, leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia at Peace Summit agreed to jointly nominate Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. So maybe we had another one. Oh, where was it? Hold on. We can get to it. Never mind. Oh, hold on. We've got one more clip here. All right, let's watch this. So here is Trump talking about the meeting with Sean Hannity after it. Let's take a peek.
We had something very important, and we had a very good meeting today, but we'll see. I mean, it's, you have to get a deal. We agreed on a lot of points. I want to see people stop dying in Ukraine, and that's what's happening. We're losing 5, 6, 7,000. They're Russians, mostly Russians, and they're Ukrainian soldiers. There's some people dying in cities and towns where they're trying to blow up missile manufacturers and other things in some cities. I don't know if you know what's going on there, but there are a lot of people dying. And if we can end that war, it would be very good. And I was very happy to hear him say, if I was president, that war would have never happened. We had something very important, and we had a very good meeting today, but we'll see.
So what does it all mean? I don't think it means too much, to be honest. I think it's good. I think diplomacy is always good. That's always better, right? So that's reassuring. But how much will come of it? I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll be really surprised. Hopefully. I'm hoping so. All right. Let's get back to the chat for a second. What are you guys talking about? Let's see. Let's see. Nevada says, good ad, Richie. Well, thank you very much. Nevada says, everything woke turns to shit. Really?
Everything woke turns to shit.
Yeah, checks out. Starting with the removal of smoking sections. I know that was a sad day for me. Very sad day for me. I don't know why you can't have like bars or restaurants that are just smoking bars and restaurants, and the people who work there smoke, and you don't get a job there unless you smoke and you're fine with it. Or still just having like a section, right? Like they had that for a while where you could go in and they was like air, the air got sucked out. I still don't know what's wrong with that. Like especially airports. Right? Airports. Like that's just torture. You're just torturing people. They're already stressed because they got to get on a plane, right? And now you're not allowing them to have the one thing that would like kind of relax them a little bit. Just seems like it's just mean. It's just mean. Steve Tollison says, I never thought about it before, but you're right. The TARD word really is a signal of freedom. Truth, justice in the American way, and it's fun. You are correct, sir. Let's see. Nevada says, woke is on the way out with the use of the word retards. The thing is that we can't get too cocky because the institutions are still totally and utterly captured, right? As we'll see with the story on the nurse in BC, Amy Ham, in a second. They're still in control of all the institutions. And in Canada, we have they call themselves the Liberal Party. They are, in fact, the radical progressive party, the authoritarian leftist party, right? Not much liberal about them, actually. And they're going to be passing laws that can dystopian. They're planning on bringing back the utterly dystopian, draconian Online Harms Act. They've made it clear they want to bring that back with the punishment for pre-crime, crimes you haven't committed, all the rest of it. So, we need to stay wary. Let's see. Macross says Zelensky still won't wear a suit and tie. Well, he's an actor, right? He's playing a role. Nevada says, if USA and Russia start a good trading relationship, Europe is fucked. Well, you know when Europe was a lot better off? When they had a good trading relationship with Russia, right? It's really messed them up. Losing access to all that LNG and oil has been a big problem for Europe. I mean, they really have screwed themselves, I would say. Let's see. Nevada wants Greenland badly. Every stream. Greenland, Greenland, Greenland. I want Greenland. Nevada's dying for Greenland. This is becoming like an obsession with Nevada. Wants Greenland badly. Why don't you take a trip there and check it out? See if you really want it after all. Apparently it kind of sucks. Let's see. All right, I'm going to skip down a little bit because I want to keep moving on. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor, how you doing? The angriest Trump was when he said they don't know what the fuck they're doing. He does swear occasionally. I mean, it is bad form, but, you know, bad Uncle Frank, good to see you. He should take the Pulitzer and dump it in the trash can like an old WWE wrestling belt. Well, after they gave one to Obama for literally nothing, and then Obama went on to become the drone king, maybe the drone emperor, right? Yeah, I mean, they kind of devalued the whole thing, didn't they? They kind of made it meaningless at that point. Let's see. All right. Noada says, every time she bends over, I can't hear what Richie is saying. Is that a patriarchy? Did you just do a patriarchy? No patriarchies on here. You guys, come on. Did he just do an objectification? Let's see. All right. I'm not even reading this chat now. You guys disgust me. All right. Let's see. What do we got? So from this was posted by Mr. Sunshine Baby. Conservative candidate Pierre Poilievre comments on the hundreds of churches that have been burned down in Canada, which the mainstream media in Canada is particularly incurious about. They're curiously incurious about it for some reason. I wonder why that is. They were very mad when a Christian singer, Sean Foyt, came to Canada. That was apparently a big threat to national security or something. There was the CBC started it, and then it spread to the other, the CBC started it, and then it spread to like Global and CTV, and they just started this totally artificial moral panic in the country because a MAGA Christian singer came to Canada. Like, and nothing. The only bad things that happened came from the left. He just went and met a bunch of nice people, sang to a bunch of nice people. The only people who were any threat to anything were the lunatic leftists throwing smoke bombs. But in any case, let's hear Pierre Poilievre here. And I feel like losing in that election, but still getting the best result for a conservative in 40 years, I feel it's kind of freed him. Right? I think he got some bad advice from his campaign manager. And I think after that, it's kind of freed him. He's just going to, he's not going to try and equivocate at all. I'm not saying that he was, I'm not saying that he was dishonest during the, I mean, he did say the things that I wanted him to say. He just wasn't forthright enough on it. He didn't hammer away at mass immigration, for instance, in a way that I think would have been healthy. And I think this is kind of freedom. It's just like, no, I'm just going to say what I really think. Let's take a look. So he's being interviewed by Jasmine Lane here, who is getting some great interviews, by the way. She interviewed the American ambassador to Canada, which was really a scoop, I think. Of course, he was Of course, he was interviewed like the next day on, I don't know, Global or something like that. They had to rush and get him because they'd been embarrassed by independent media once again. Let's watch.
Where are people really failing right now on a government, federal, or even provincial level?
Let's start with arson. To begin with, we had just today a 20-year-old Newfoundland man was charged with lighting 3 fires around midnight in St. John's. And there's a 4th fire for which no one has yet been charged. But under our laws, if he's convicted, he'll probably have a slap on the wrist. He'd probably be out on bail in a few hours. And this at a time when there are fires raging across the country. Now, remember, there have been 100 churches burned to the ground. Federal government has basically said nothing about that because it's not politically correct to defend Christians against terrorism. And who's been in the slammer for that? That's a terrorist attack that's motivated by hate. So Conservative MP Mark Dalton introduced the Anti-Arson Act in the previous Parliament, which guarantees 5 years of prison sentence for the first offense of arson against a place of worship and 7 years for the second offense. Our platform proposed mandatory jail time for extortionists who use fire as their weapon. And we are proposing overall mandatory jail time for fires, for arson across the country. That will be one of the things we push for in the fall.
The great thing about accurately describing reality is that it's real. And eventually, no matter how woke things are, eventually, reality is going to assert itself. Like, people will have to just face up to what's real eventually, right? So this is good. More of this. Keep doing this, right? And then offering just common sense solutions that just make sense, right? Yes, there are going to be people who have been infected with an idea pathogen who are basically just zombies at this point. They have no free will, no agency. They just simply exist to propagate and spread the woke mind virus to other vulnerable minds, right? Yes, they're always going to exist, and a lot of them are going to be in the media, sure, right? But they are not going to help you. They're not going to help you no matter what you do. They're going to be deranged no matter what. And it doesn't even have to be Pierre Poilievre. It could be, I tell you what, Justin Trudeau could become the new conservative leader. And just by virtue of him being conservative, he'll be the next new Hitler, right? So you might as well just tell the truth, right? You might as well just give it to us straight, right? Just tell us the truth. Just accurately describe reality and give us just some common sense, pragmatic solutions. And he's been doing that lately, and it's working. I think this is going to work, unless Canada is just lost. And by Canada, I mean Eastern Canada. Even BC. I mean, the Liberals got 20 seats, Conservatives got 19, not far off. But yeah, I really mean Eastern Canada. If Eastern Canada has just turned into San Francisco, where there's just no line, it's never too much. The only solution ever is just more left wing, further left wing. I mean, if that's the case, then, well, I guess we're just screwed, right? Might as well just separate now. Might as well the whole country might as well just separate into different countries at that point. But I don't think we're at that point yet, and I'm not black-pilled about it. And I think that eventually, I still have some belief, some faith, enough faith in the Canadian electorate to think that at some point, reality will be convincing enough and appealing enough to them to make the right choice, hopefully before it's not too late. Well, those are just my thoughts. Let's see what else we got here. So, talking about accurate descriptions of reality and just pragmatic solutions and reality asserting itself, well, here's Pierre Poilievre again. This is in that same interview with Jasmine Lane. And this is in an interview. This is, again, an interview with Jasmine Lane, who is really knocking it out of the park with these interviews she's getting. She's doing a great job. But he's talking about we need net negative migration in Canada. I don't see what could be more obvious. Let's take a look.
So Carney's not better than Trudeau, he's worse. So the solution is that we have to bring down our population over the next several years, with more people leaving than coming. Those who are here on visas that expire, who aren't eligible for permanency, need to go, and if they don't agree, then they have to be deported. We need to track down those 600 criminals, kick them out of Canada. We need a firm rule that anyone who commits any crime while they're here as a visitor will be permanently ineligible to be an immigrant to Canada and will have to go home. We need to massively cut back on temporary foreign workers, international students, and stop the false and phony asylum claimants. And in doing that, we can bring the population down over the next few years while housing, healthcare, and jobs catch up. So Carney is not better than...
Yeah, this is just common sense, right? Just accurate description of reality, pragmatic solutions that just make sense. And look, I do think that he has been freed, in a sense, by that last election. He still did very well, right? Almost 42% of the vote, more than Conservatives had in 40 years. But he didn't win, and he knows he kind of watered down the message during the election, which is pointless in Canada, because you're never going to win over the media if you're a conservative. It's just not going to happen. The woke zombies are going to hate you no matter what. They can't be reasoned with, right? So you might as well just tell the damn truth and just trust in Canadians that there's enough of them that are still sensible enough and haven't been infected with the mind virus, with the idea pathogen, right? That it will work and that the country can be fixed. So I'm glad to see this, and I want more, and I'll be very, very disappointed. I will just throw my hands up if, come the next election, he waters it down again. No thanks. At that point, I'm ready to change parties because it's pointless. And I don't think it's a winning message anyway, right? I think you got to go for it. I think you got to push for that extra couple of percent. All right, let's get back to the chat for a minute. Steve Tollison says, I think you're at that point. Separate now. The longer you wait, the longer you suffer in a divorce. Well, I think the reality is right now. Hold on. I think the reality is right now, there isn't the support yet for like a referendum in Alberta or Saskatchewan, say, to separate. I don't think they win it at this point. I think there's still a lot of, Canadian loyalty there. And I don't want the country to separate myself. I think it might be inevitable at some point. And at some point, it may be the right thing to do. And the world can change awfully quick, really quick. Just pick up any history book and, there's a lot of people woke up one morning and the world was a different place than when they went to sleep. If you're not paying attention. But I don't think it's realistic right now, but I think it could change quickly. I do. Trudeau survivor from Google, at least 33 churches in Canada have been destroyed by fire since May 2021, and another 85 partially damaged. I believe it's more than that, actually, at this point. Let's see. 152 churches, Trudeau survivor is saying. Rosie, churches are being burned in Canada. Yes, they are. This all started with the mass graves hoax, the residential school graves hoax. And of course, because Canada's woke. Because Canada is woke. The prime minister was Trudeau at that time, and he hates Christianity. He seems to just hate Canada. I mean, this is the guy who told us that we're not even really a country. We're some post-national thing, right, with no core identity. We'll just be whatever the next guy who shows up 15 minutes from now is. Yeah, it would be politically incorrect to talk about that. Right. In fact, Trudeau even said actually that he understood it. He understood the motivations. It was a hoax that Trudeau helped to perpetrate on the Canadian people. He is complicit in the hoax. And then he says that, well, he can understand, the anger. Trudeau, I say, is absolutely has proven himself to be a complete and total moral monster. Just a bad person. Let's see. Rosie says Canadians need to take back their country. Well, in the next election, I mean, it feels kind of like I think a lot of people just don't like hearing that, right? But look, these institutions have been, these institutions have served Canada very well, just as they've served, it's slightly different institutions in the United States, political institutions, but they've also served the United States very well as well. I mean, look at the last election, right? So, I see a lot of like, it's just over and everything's done and politics won't get you out of this. Well, maybe, but I don't think it's time to give up, right? I think that our political system has served us very well. Canada's been a very prosperous country, right? And our parliamentary government, well, it may be, I mean, I think I do prefer actually the, a constitutional republic. But it served us very well and been a huge part of Canada being a very wealthy country. Right. So I'm not ready to just give up on that. I mean, yeah, it sucks. We got to wait for another election. It could be sooner than we think, by the way. But you don't really want what comes after the elections. That's my point. Some people seem to really want that, and I think that they're fucking crazy. I mean, what comes when elections don't matter anymore, right? Let's see. Rosie says, when is Poilievre back? Well, he's back in Parliament as soon as he wins that by-election, which I think is in a couple of weeks, I think. Let's see. Spambot says, I'm back. I'll finish the James O'Keefe interview with Viva Fry. I have not seen that. I'll check that out. Maybe I'll check that out tomorrow, although there's some good boxing on tomorrow morning and then UFC tomorrow night. So I might be busy tomorrow. Let's see. Devada says, I bet she fishes naked when nobody is looking. That's saucy. Let's see. All right. What are we doing? All right. So let's see. Was there anything else on Poilievre here? Oh, did we no, we covered this. We covered that. All right. So let's get to this story. So BC College of Nurses and Midwives orders Amy Ham to pay $93,639 and suspends her license for 1 month. This is August 14th, 2025. Now, this was posted by the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, who have taken up her case. So what happened with Amy Ham? So let's go. I've just gotten Grok to do a little timeline for us here. Gotten Grok to do a little time frame for anybody who's unfamiliar with the case. So in 2016, Amy Ham began advocacy for women's sex-based rights after taking a leadership role as a nurse educator and noticing gender-related issues in her work. 2018 to March 2021, Ham makes public statements, tweets, and articles critical of transgender ideology, some while identifying as a nurse or nurse educator, forming the basis of later complaints. So this is where Grok is making a mistake because she made clear she was not speaking in the role of a nurse, but Grok is kind of woke. September 2020th, Ham co-sponsors and I Love J.K. Rowling. September 2020, Ham co-sponsors and I Love J.K. Rowling billboard in Vancouver, sparking public backlash and leading to complaints about her views. Again, this is the problem with AIs, because there's a preponderance of just woke, biased propaganda that it's reading. So public backlash. Well, what does that mean? These things are never grassroots, right? It's some advocacy group or politician who's pushing it down on the public. These things always start up high, right? They start high and then go down to the people. These are never grassroots movements. October, November 2020, the British Columbia College of Nurses and Midwives receives public complaints and launches an investigation into Ham's off-duty statements for potential professional misconduct. Now, public complaints is just any lunatic. Just any lunatic. It's not, there was a mob of people with pitchforks. It's just any lunatic sends in an email, right? Let's see. April 1st, 2022, BC College of Nurses Midwives issues a formal citation alleging unprofessional conduct based on Ham's statements. June 28th, 2022, BCCNM amends the citation. September 2022 to March 2024, disciplinary hearings held over multiple sessions, including expert testimonies on both sides, although the experts on the BC College of Nurses and Midwives, not so much experts really, as we will see. March 13, 2025, BCCNM Discipline Committee issues verdict finding Ham guilty of unprofessional conduct for discriminatory and derogatory statements. So the kangaroo court, who was always going to find her guilty, found her guilty. March 28th, 2025, Ham is fired by her employer, Vancouver Coastal Health, following the verdict. April 15th, 2025, Ham appeals the disciplinary verdict to the BC Supreme Court, taken up by the Justice Center. July 21st, 2025, Ham files human rights complaints against BCCNM and her former employer for discrimination based on her political beliefs. Now, if that goes to the Human Rights Tribunal, that is also a kangaroo court with the ending, foreordained, with no doubt as to a negative finding for her. August 14th, 2025, BCCNM issues penalty decision, 1 month suspension, $93,000, almost $700 in costs, or $93,639 in costs, and remedial actions appeal status ongoing as of August 15th, 2025. So, $93,000 here. They're expecting her to pay. This is the cost. This is what it costs to persecute her over the course of years. So they want her to pay for her own years-long struggle session, her own persecution. I mean, that's at that. It's just cruel at that point. I mean, she's gone through a years-long struggle session where they have tortured her, and they want her to pay for that herself at the end of it. Fairly grotesque, but very typical of the modern woke. So a little bit more on Amy Ham, a freelance writer based in New Westminster, BC. She's co-founder of the nonpartisan organization Canadian Women's Sex-Based Rights. Amy holds a Bachelor of Journalism from Thompson Rivers University and a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the University of British Columbia. So she has been publishing pieces in the National Post. I believe she's been in Quillette and I think other outlets as well. So let's get back to the story here. Okay. From Amy Eileen Ham. They call you transphobic for standing up for women. They tell you that you must publicly declare yourself guilty and accept punishment. You refuse. They drag you through years of abusive lawfare. They bill you $100,000 for your own persecution. Fuck you, BC nurse midwife. Well, it's often said that with these kind of political trials, that the process is the punishment. Well, in this case, the process is the punishment, and the punishment is the punishment. All right, I wanted to show you something else here. So this is her here, by the way. Amy Eileen Ham, July 21st at 2025. BC nurse who was disciplined for transgender comments, files human rights complaints. She was disciplined for accurately describing reality, is what happened. And you can't do that in woke world. Let's hear this from Tara Armstrong, who is from the, hold on. She is House Leader of 1BC, which is the new Conservative Party in British Columbia. Let's hear this.
A nurse fined almost $100,000, license suspended. Amy Ham is being punished not for harming a patient, not for misconduct, but for saying women are female and that women deserve their own spaces. The College of Nurses and Midwives is spending years and tens of thousands of dollars persecuting a nurse for her own personal beliefs. While hospitals are overwhelmed, ERs are understaffed, and patients wait months and sometimes years for surgery, this is where their focus is. This isn't about safety. This is about silencing anyone who won't bow to their ideology. The system is failing, and they're hunting truth tellers. We must all stand with Amy and fight against this.
So again, she is being punished for accurately describing reality. Right? So if you read anything about like the Soviet Union, this will all be very familiar. It's the sort of thing I imagine you would see in North Korea. Again, this was, read about like, the Cultural Revolution in China, Red Guard. I mean, all this, this is kind of boilerplate commie stuff, really. And that's what it all comes down to. Everybody doing the persecution will be a Marxist. You have to understand that. They will all be Marxist. That's the thread that holds all of the insanity together. Let's see. Hold on. I wanted to show you a couple of more things. So J.K. Rowling has jumped on to support Amy Eileen Ham. And they now have, I guess, at least an online relationship. Yesterday, the CBC and Bethany Lindsay ran a hit piece on me, but they also defamed you in the article, claiming you've publicly made anti-trans statements. And she is writing this to J.K. Rowling. Her online posts have mocked various transgender women as a man in a dress, accurately describing reality, and referred to them using the pronouns he or him. Again, accurate. In 2020, she co-sponsored the erection of a billboard on Hastings Street in Vancouver reading, "I heart J.K. Rowling," in support of the author's public anti-trans statements. Now, J.K. Rowling is also just accurately describing reality, right? Like, refusing to go along with the redefinition of the word gender into an infinite series of abstractions. So you have reality and then fantasy. And your society is in trouble when fantasy rules. So here's the billboard. I heart J.K. Rowling. There you go. There you go. Threat to society. Threat to society. This is why she's being persecuted. This is really the reason why she's being persecuted. And persecution it is. Persecution it is. It's making a point. It's making an example. This is from April 8th, 2022. The state of things in Canada. Nurse Amy Ham scheduled to undergo an ideological inquiry struggle session by the BC College of Midwives and Nurses, partially for her participation in an I Heart J.K. Rowling billboard. The complaint against Amy calls J.K. Rowling transphobic. So this is the way they play the game. And unfortunately, as you can see in Canada, every institution has been captured by these people, right? Who it's not just that they're delusional, it's that they seem to hate reality. Reality is a threat to their delusions, to their ideology, to their fantasies, right? To their political fashion, which is really, at the end of the day, it comes down to that a lot, doesn't it? It comes down to the fashion within your own bubble. But you have a nurse being persecuted and struggle sessioned for accurately describing reality and for liking somebody who also accurately describes reality. Let's see. Here is, this is posted by Jim McMurtry. The most famous author in the world calls Amy Ham a heroine. So this as well, it's given them reason to hate Amy Ham even more, right? Because the arch transphobe J.K. Rowling likes her. So that means they have to go after her just that much harder. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, Amy, but sometimes a loss is really a win. By fighting the case, you've been responsible for a whole new slew of people waking up to the absolute insanity of all this. So much bullying and discrimination against women is happening behind closed doors. Every single time a woman is brave enough to drag it all out into daylight, and employers and professional bodies are forced to show their hand and declare openly what batshit conditions they've imposed on staff, more people rally in defense of free speech, common sense, and women's rights. If you're a heroine and your case, you're a heroine and your case will be a landmark. So, and this is all just for saying no, we don't want men, obvious men in women's spaces. That's it. That's it. So perfectly reasonable in my mind. Harman Bangu says, Amy Ham never incited violence, never targeted individuals, never breached confidentiality. She shared personal views on her own time, views widely shared by many Canadians. That should never justify discipline, let alone termination. Disagreement isn't discrimination. Dissent isn't misconduct. This was an abuse of regulatory power, plain and simple. So, and again, this was not on nursing time. This was her own time, but that's not good enough. You have to be, your mind has to be, can I use the word colonized? Your mind has to be completely colonized by the mind virus all the time. You're not allowed to have your own opinions ever. Doesn't matter what's at work, at home, just kind of mumbling to yourself alone in a park, perhaps. Nope. Can't do it. We need total and utter conformity. We have absolute control over your conscience. So I want to bring you now to this. So here is an article from the New Westminster Times. Miscarriage, the sham trial of nurse Amy Ham, March 15th, 2025. The BC College of Nurses and Midwives has just proven that the core problem in BC healthcare is its incompetent, irresponsible, and ideologically driven leadership. Now, I want to take a second here just to say, the frontline staff at hospitals, at ERs and stuff in British Columbia, I think across Canada, are excellent. They're great. These are good people. They work hard. These are, actually compassionate people. They are fantastic, but it's the leadership, because the woke always goes for the top. It always goes for the top. It takes over the institutions. It takes over the schools. It likes to get into those management positions, right, where it can have influence. But the frontline people are, I think, uniformly excellent, They're just dealing with mass immigration, and they're overworked because just millions of people have flooded into the system that wasn't ready for it. But that's not their fault. The college's costly, high-profile trial over Nurse Amy Hamm's tweets has resulted in a pronouncement of misconduct because her writings, quote, challenge the existence of transgender women. Transgender women, that term, is an abstraction. It's an abstraction, right? Like if a 6'3" dude with a beard throws on a sundress and a floppy sun hat and tells you that they're a woman now, okay, they're not. So that part is objective, right? We know they're not a woman. Them saying that they're a woman is just an abstraction, right? That doesn't mean anything, right? We know that biologically they're not a woman. If they want to say, I feel like a woman, or use this ludicrous redefinition of the word gender, okay, whatever, but we don't have an obligation to believe them, okay? And we don't have an obligation to pretend that it's real. Like, we still have domain. We should have domain over our own conscience, and we shouldn't be forced and coerced into pretending to believe things that we know are false. So right off the bat, this whole thing is completely illegitimate. This whole thing just reeks of, cultural revolution, which it is. Ham's sin was to publicly express her view that biological men cannot literally become women, and as such should not compete in women's sports, change in front of girls at the pool, or reside in women's rape shelters. It is surreal that this is where the country has gotten to, and much of the Western world has gotten to this place. Ham objects to the idea that burly, bearded men should be allowed to merely self-identify to gain access to women's prisons. See, that's just real, is the thing. It's just real. Ham rejects the idea that human babies can, through a metaphysical process, be born in the wrong body. This doesn't make any sense. Again, this is just a weird and increasingly tragic abstraction. It's not real, right? Medical associations should not be arguing for the case. Any medical institute, or just any institution, frankly, any public institution should not be advocating for, the enforcement of ideological abstractions. Ham, in part due to her public association with Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, has become one of the world's most notable public figures in the fight against transgender ideology. And yes, so J.K. Rowling brought a lot more attention to it, and that made her, Amy Ham, more of an enemy. In a 115-page decision, it should have been one page and 2 words. She's right. That's it. She's right. Obviously. In a 115-page decision handed down March 13th, the college proves that they don't care about staffing shortages, closed emergency rooms, or out-of-control costs. Or reality, I might add. No, as it turns out, their main concern is robbing their members of their constitutional right to freedom of expression, and also just denying reality. Reality seems kind of important when you're dealing with, like medical associations. A fallacy readily evident throughout the decision is the use by the panel of controversial words and phrases in a way that presupposes universally agreed meaning as a strategy to sidestep the fundamental arguments at hand. This is very typical of, this is how the left operates. They don't use words to communicate. They use to manipulate and obscure what they're really doing and what they really mean. For example, the decision uses phrases like sex assigned at birth. This means nothing. This is an abstraction. Binary gendered assumptions. Again, this means nothing, right? This is frankly, it's just gibberish. Let's see. At paragraph 175, the panel writes, the panel accepts that the experiences of transgender persons in the healthcare system may differ from the experiences of cisgender patients because of the pervasive nature of binary gendered assumptions. So reality, because of the pervasive nature of reality. And you have to protect people from reality. The word cisgender appears 66 times in the decision, cisgendered 3 times, which is an indication of heavy bias. Cisgender is a loaded word used by academics and activists. So nobody agreed on this, by the way. There was no plebiscite to, determine, are we going to go with cisgender now? No, this wasn't some grassroots movement. This was something from above, from the ivory tower, that academics passed on to the media and left-wing politicians. They all just decided together that that everybody has to be this now, has to be split up into these categories for their pleasure, I guess, for their convenience, for their woke convenience, for the convenience of their manipulation of the public. So you can see already that it's just a kangaroo court, right? It's not real. Like none of what happens here in this should be taken seriously. These people should never have had any power to judge anybody on anything. Let's see. Okay, I got a bit more here. Hold on. College expert witness Dr. Greta Bauer not only cited WPATH as an authoritative body, she is a member of WPATH. We just covered WPATH in a stream, I think it was 2 streams ago, and went through the leaked files, the leaked emails and Zoom meetings from WPATH that prove beyond any doubt that it is purely a pseudo-scientific organization. Nobody should believe anything that comes from them. They don't even believe their own stuff, their own garbage, as you can see in the Zoom meetings. I mean, they admit that their patients can't possibly give informed consent, and that they're doing this to people with developmental issues, for God's sakes. I mean, the whole thing is just this gruesome, grotesque charade. So again, college expert witness cited WPATH as an authoritative body, and she's also a member of it. That's how bad it is. That's how rigged this whole thing was against Amy Ham from the start. From page 105, in a discussion about tweets expressing disbelief in a metaphysical gender soul. Let me repeat that. Metaphysical gender soul. I've been saying this actually for a while. Like gender is the progressive soul. The panel agrees that these statements which discount a mystical belief in a gender soul are a form of discriminatory erasure, as they deny the existence of transgender people. So it appears that they're admitting that this is a mystical belief in a gender soul, and thus totally unmoored from reality, right? Obviously. But not believing in the thing that by their own description isn't real is discriminatory erasure of transgender people. Make that make sense, right? What? Why the New Age incantations? But also, too, this is what you see from the left-wing activists is total incoherence all the time, and they don't care. And when they get in control of an institution, as we see here, it doesn't matter. They're just going to go, whatever feels progressive, that's what they do. All right. So let me just see if there are any other tweets in here that I wanted to show you. Let's see, and then we'll move on. But it's the, let's see. I don't know about that one. Hold on. All right, I think that's it. But this is the absolute state of Canada and progressivism. Like, what happened to feminism, right? What happened to feminism? I guess that's long gone now. She's not the right kind of woman, meaning she doesn't have a wiener. So, wrong kind of woman in Canada, not politically correct. One of those boring old school women, you know? It's kind of beyond parody. It's like a Monty Python sketch, but it's real, and therefore it's tragic. Like, this is a tragedy unfolding, not just for her, but for society at large. Right? When all of your institutions are no longer about whatever they were originally created for, right? When an institution is taken over, it ceases to be about what its function is supposed to be, what it was founded for, and it becomes about spreading the woke mind virus. And we can see that nowhere more clear than right here. I mean, this is as clear as you're going to see it. This BC College of Nurses and Midwives is no longer about nurses and midwives. It's about ideology. It's about conformity. That is first and foremost. Keep in mind, she had no complaints. Right? She was a good nurse, right? Exemplary. It was her ideas that were the problem. That came first. That came first. That comes over her competence. Ideological purity first. And that's why she's been persecuted and subjected to a years-long struggle session, Canadian struggle session, for ideas, the wrong ideas, and refusing to submit. You know, refusing to surrender dominion over her own conscience. And, you know, you have to give her an enormous amount of credit, because the emotional strain and stress and courage to continue the fight would have broken most people. So I certainly wish her success in her future endeavors and her appeal of this. All right, let's go back to the chat. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. There we go. Let's do a different one. Yeah, not with that one. How about tennis? Let's watch some tennis. All right, what we got? What you guys got for me? What you guys got? Let's see. I'm going to go back a little bit. Izzy says, I no longer trust the science or the medical profession. This is a tragedy of wokeism, because
Everything woke turns to shit.
Because the thing is, there is expertise. Expertise exists. You know, objectivity still exists. It's rarer now. But the problem is that when everything is this narrative crafted between academia and the media and politicians, all working towards the same goal, you don't know who's a trusted expert anymore, right? You really do have to start doing your own research, looking into these people. Like, if CBC has an expert on, right, they've done an interview with that person, and the narrative has already been decided. And if that person is not going to say, well, that's something that's going to support the narrative pushed by the CBC, they're not getting on. And by the way, they all start to figure out what they're supposed to say. So we have a situation where we've got the science and still science, right? there's still good science being done. There's still real expertise. It's just, how do you know? You just can't trust it anymore. You have to take everything with a grain of salt, and you really do have to do your own research on it. Let's see. Let's see. Chef Rico, yeah, it's gay. I don't have to rate it, just gay. Izzy says Peterson also got railroaded by a similar body. Well, that was the Ontario College of Psychologists, and exactly the same. Totally woke, totally possessed, captured by the woke mind virus, no longer serving its original purpose, now just serving primarily the woke mind virus. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says Iran appears to prefer transgenderism to homosexuality. I have heard that. I've never looked into it. But what I've heard is that if you are gay in Iran, you've got one option, is that you can become a trans person and they won't kill you and hang you in the square. But I'm not sure. I don't know if that's true. I should really look into it. But even if that's the case, I'm sure like life isn't great after that. Like, I'm guessing they're still going to have some problems with you. As he says, they aren't allowed to disagree, so it isn't science anymore. Well, I mean, nothing. That's what this is. What this case is, right? It's not based on science. They're using words like cisgender and sex assigned at birth. These are just made up abstractions. They're not real. These aren't real things, right? Like, what is real? Well, we are a sexually reproducing species, sexually dimorphic, men and women. That's how babies get made, right? That's reality. That's real. This redefinition. Don't forget, the word gender used to be just synonymous with sex, right? Forever, that's just how it was used, right? Gender, sex, just meant the same thing. Redefining it into just this incoherent infinite series of abstractions. Okay, that's not reality. That's more like fiction. That's just fiction, right? That's just imagination. Yet that's what held up as evidence in the case against her in the kangaroo court that she was subjected to. So, yeah, was she had the science. She had science on her side, and she was against the science. And the science won. And it will probably continue to, because Canada's a mess. All right. Let's see. Macross says the truth is stranger than fiction. Often it is, actually. Like this case, like being persecuted, a nurse, for just accurately describing reality, like going through all of this, being put through this hell. Like, that is surreal. It's awful, but it's also surreal. Nobody would have believed that not that long ago. Are we an hour and 38 minutes in already? Yikes. Let's see. Chef Rigo says, honestly, JJ, at my age, I would prefer they, them, just make me a cup of good coffee. You're fine. You don't care who it is. Rosie says, coffee and a sandwich. Well, that's the thing. Do they give them sandwich training after they transition? I hope so. I mean, if they want to be, a real woman. Let's see. All right, what's going on? All right, I'm going to skip down to the end a little bit here because we got to keep moving. Izzy says it should be a Monty Python skit. That'll at least be funny. This is It is depressing. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, hello, fellow degenerate basket of deplorables. Good to see you, Streamer. Chevrigo says, this is squash. Yeah, it is squash, isn't it? All right, you're right. But that's a tennis racket? No, that's just a tennis practice court. That's a tennis racket. Stop messing with me. I know everything. Didn't you hear what Grok said about me in that last stream? It said I was omnipotent, for God's sakes. Rosie says, discriminatory erasure. It's just all woke words, right? Gender soul, what? That's the science, not science. Let's see. I don't know what that means. I'm not saying that. There's getting more and more things that I just can't say on the stream that you guys put in the chat. Counter Monkey says, these are people who need to make decisions about how a trans woman should be treated medically when their non-existent lady parts need treatment. Yes, it all gets very confusing, actually. Let's see. Counter Monkey's asking about the surgeries. The thing is that one thing you see from the WPATH files, the leaked files that show how it's all just pseudoscience, they're making it up as they go along. They don't know. They're asking themselves each other questions. There's no objectivity to any of it. There's no actual real body of objective data. They just are making it up as they go along. Like the standards of care, the WPATH standards of care are just made up. Like it's just a bunch of guesses. Watch the video. Subscribe to the channel and watch my video on WPATH files. I just put one out, I don't know, this week, and then I put out a longer, more in-depth one a year or two ago. Subscribe to my channel. You'll be able to find that video. It's horrifying, but you need to see it. And also, too, it's really important that it be shared. Because obviously, I mean, the reason my YouTube channel doesn't grow is because I've been doing videos about that stuff right from the start, right? That's not going to endear me to the algorithm. So the only way that people can see it is if it's shared, if people share it. So share those videos. If you're going to share any videos, share those ones. As he says, 1984 is calling. Chefrigo says, Richie, sometimes the chat goes its own way, not meant to be read out loud. Well, yeah, I know. Half the time you guys are just, it's not sometimes. It's like all the time the chat's going its own way. But I still like to read it. It's fun. Unless you guys get really gross, then I don't. You know what I need to do? I need to take a break for like a minute or two because, we've been going for an hour and 42 minutes and, well, I've been drinking coffee. I will be back shortly.
You lousy corksuckers.
All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. If you're not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe right now. Super important. Everybody do that. Also, liking the stream, big deal. Get your free good karma right now. All you got to do is like that stream. Like the stream right now. You know what to do. Don't be a goon. Like the stream. What are you guys saying? Let's see. Again, the conversation has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Nothing to do with it. Let's see. I noticed, like, when I'm cutting the clips, like, from these live streams, I'll like just, look at what you guys are talking about in the chat. And I'll be talking about like something serious, and then you guys are talking about what you're having for dinner. Weird. Crazy. All right. Let's get to it. Next we have memes. So let's have some fun. Well, this isn't really a meme. I don't know why it's in the meme folder, but it's fun though. Let's take a look. You don't have to guess this kid's gender. He knows who he is and what he wants. Let's see. The bear choosing a man after a week with the women. So this was, I guess there was a whole thing about, would you rather meet a bear? If you're lost in the woods, if you're a woman and you're lost in the woods, would you rather run into a bear or a man that you don't know? And lots of women were pretending that they'd rather run into a bear. And here is here's the aftermath of that. They were so mean. I know, buddy. Nobody asked the bears who they'd rather run into. What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick? No, shut the fuck up. I like that one. I wish I had a brick on me right now, but I don't have anybody to throw it at. Damn it. All right. I have a half brother. Different mothers? Shark attack. That's a good one. It's a little violent for me, though. A little too violent for me. I don't like the gory memes. Let's see. I have great genes, the greatest. They're tremendous genes, the best genes you've ever seen. People say they're better than Sydney Sweeney's. They have better poll numbers than any other genes, the best genes. So, yeah, we just had to do that. Let's see. What's going on here? You're just way, way too old for me. Yeah, same. You can see here, too. He's sniffing to see if he can sniff the adrenochrome, but it's just not there, and he's confused by it. It turns him off. How do I get the adrenochrome out? Oh, there's no adrenochrome in her. Does your dog bite? No. Goes down to pet it, and the dog shoots him. That's brilliant. I like that. Does it bite? No. But it shot him. That's genius. Let's see. Before divorce, after divorce. Oh, no. I guess it didn't go well. It was not a good relationship. It's actually pretty mean, I think. A little bit mean. Let's see. In case you need to lose a boner fast. So remember when Elon Musk posted this and he said, in case you need to lose a boner fast? But it was just, they've animated it here, I guess, with Grok Imagine. So you can click on it and animate it. Lacrosse says, he's an assault dog. Rosie says, dog shoots. I know. It's very good. This will, if you need to lose a boner fast, this will do the trick. So that was the pregnant man emoji there. And it's just Bill Gates. Why are we doing this? Let's see. So here's Canada, a prosperous free market U.S. ally. Let's be Venezuela. That's what we're doing. The liberals, they're determined to become Venezuela. Will they wake up? I don't know. We just need a few percent to wake up. That's all. Just a few more percent and we're good. Let's see. No thanks. I trust the government. Oh, he doesn't want a brain. He trusts the government. He doesn't need a brain. Why would he need that? Government tells him what to think. Let's see. Hella funny. What's this? When a dude in Denver almost hit my car and then yelled at me, "Watch it, pronouns." Watch it, pronouns. That's good. That's a classic. Can't find a job. Blames the government. You know, they used to have jobs for these people, though, like circus freaks, right? You could work. She could have worked at the circus. I'm sure she still could work at the circus, right? Absolutely. Or for low budget horror movies. That as well. She's totally employable. Before you judge a liberal, try walking a mile in their shoes. Because they're clown shoes, get it? Well, the thing is, they're not liberals anymore, though. There's no liberals around, right? They're all radical leftists. There's no liberals, right? And they never were, by the way. They never were. You remember Neil Young, right? Neil Young, Woodstock, and all that stuff, what's her name? The Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, demanding their music be taken off Spotify because evil Joe Rogan, fascist Joe Rogan's on there, right? Just couldn't handle the free speech. Didn't like it at all, as it turns out. You know, I think that they never really did have any principles or ever care. It was just what was fashionable. They were just with that. And then when it became fashionable in their circles to hate Joe Rogan and to demand censorship and authoritarianism, right? They just went with that. They never had any principles after all. They never cared about free speech or any of that hippie shit they used to talk about. They never cared about any of it. Because as soon as it was convenient to change it, the tide had changed, they just went with the flow. And all of a sudden, now we're authoritarians. Now we're Stalinists. Buy the new album. None of them ever did. Like the left, the liberals, the so-called liberals, en masse, just flipped. Like as soon as Trump came around, it was actually even before then. But they just all of a sudden, basically it felt like overnight just said, oh yeah, we actually don't care about free speech. Actually, we want to censor everybody who disagrees with us. And that's good because they're hate. What they say is hate. We're against hate. We hate so much. They never had any principles. And the actual legitimate liberals, the traditional liberals, well, they either went into hiding or they're with us now. I used to be one of them, and I didn't hang around. As soon as I noticed it was turning into some sort of Maoist cultural revolution, I left. I said, I don't like you people. How I feel talking about the 80s to anyone under 30. Yeah. You know what's weird? Like, even my own kids, like talking to them, they just have no perspective on previous generations whatsoever. They think that they started everything in their generation. Like, it's like they think that in like the 1989, like high school grad, like we celebrated by throwing gay people off top of the school roof or something while listening to, How Soon Is Now. Like they seem to have a totally distorted vision of of previous generations and what it was like. They seem to think it was some sort of the 1980s was some sort of fascist dystopia or something. It's weird. They've been brainwashed. Pay us what we are worth. That's the WNBA. This is the WNBA. They're saying, pay us what we are worth. And he throws a green dildo at them. Oh, that's funny. That's so funny. Let's see. My dearest Penelope, it's raining green dildos here at the WNBA, and I fear there will be no end to them. It's tough. It's tough being in the WNBA these days. Let's see. If someone hates you for no reason, give them a reason. All right, let's continue. Let's see. This one we did last time, but I want to read it again because it's just fun. Pedestrians, I have to be careful not to get hit by a car. Drivers, I have to be careful not to hit anyone with my car. Cyclists, just kamikazes. Suicide mission every time. Why is that? It's the weirdest thing. And I went on a rant about this last time about the spandex. We're not going there again. You'll have to watch the last stream, but I went on quite a long rant about that, and I don't approve of it. I don't approve. I think it's wrong. I think it's actually immoral. Some 60-year-old guy who's biking up to the Safeway throws on that spandex onesie because he's going to pretend that he's racing in the Tour de France. No, not okay. Straight to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
We shouldn't have to put up with that. So, this is crazy. Hold on one second. I got a cough. I get something in my throat tonight. Hold on. Must be some of that mold around or something. All right. So Canada's crazy. Anybody ever tell you that? From Alex Zoltan posted this. A woman in Vancouver was denied access to a 2SL Alphabet Plus whatever friendly outdoor theater because her hair violated the venue's code of conduct cultural appropriation policy. So this is when it feels like woke is going away. Oh, it's still alive and well. Still alive and well. And they're enforcing it. Let's take a look.
Hi, everybody. I'm at the Bastard Barbecue right now. All my friends are in there. But I guess supposedly since I have wool in my hair, I'm not allowed in. And there's a big voucher thing that they want me to read and sign, and they want to give me, they want to refund my money and not let me in. And I just paid $60 and drove all the way from New West. And I also just drove all the way here from Headley so that I could be here last night and got home at 4 o'clock in the morning. And now I can't get in because of my hair.
It was included in, when you bought your ticket, it was included, our culture appropriation policy was included when you bought your ticket, when you, in the description of the event. So it is something that was put out ahead of time. And so I apologize.
I don't really understand. So you're not letting me in because of my hairstyle?
Correct. Yeah, so, if it doesn't align with a culture that...
I am Vikings. Vikings have dread. So if you want me to go debate everybody in there on whether or not Vikings or Celtic people can have dreadlocks in their hair, I will do it. I will debate your whole freaking system.
I'm not here to debate.
Yeah, but this is retarded. I just drove 5 hours to get here.
See, she just said retarded. She said this is retarded. So it makes me think that she's not actually really in woke world. She's probably just kind of default liberal or leftist, whatever, but not really involved, not thinking about things too much. Because if she said the word retarded, right, she's probably saying that that's probably not the first time she said that, right? Maybe she's not woke at all, actually. Maybe she's just a normal person who isn't aware of all of these weird rules and things and regulations and the absolute and total conformity required to go to an alphabet barbecue party or whatever the hell, some barbecue party. Maybe she just doesn't realize that. Maybe she doesn't realize. Maybe she just doesn't understand the level of total conformity required by the modern left to do anything.
Also, even that language, I don't want used in the venue as well.
My God.
So it's We're having a couple
Hey,
different
Jared,
issues here.
like,
We're having cultural
this is my
appropriation
buddy
issue,
right
and
here.
then
Like,
we're also having an
it's
issue
probably
with like
okay.
saying
I
English
can't get
language.
Jared. They won't. I'm filming right now, but they won't let me in because I have dreadlocks.
They what?
They won't let me in because I have dreadlocks, and they're trying to show me that
And we
this way.
explained to them that we have a cultural appropriation policy. If you're in
I'm
breach of that
Celtic.
policy, we will not let you
Celtic.
in.
Cultural appropriation policy. It's so weird, right? They talk about like women braiding their hair, apparently, like as if like, okay, humans have been around for a long time, right? And they all have hair, right? And this idea that no other peoples thought of doing doing something with their hair, I mean, it's kind of natural, like braiding kind of makes sense, right? Like the idea that nobody else would have thought about that and it was invented by one group in a specific place, that's idiotic. That's ridiculous, right? Like, how much you want to bet that everybody had like weird dreadlocks and stuff in their hair when before cities and towns and agriculture and hunter-gatherer, in hunter-gatherer societies? It was probably very common, actually. Like, it's so weird and idiotic. Let's continue.
People have
I've tried to
dreadlocks,
explain to them,
and I'm totally
that
being
it's not a
discriminated
mask
on right now.
to wear
This is
dreadlocks.
wow crazy.
So,
So everybody else, I can be discriminated against, but other people can't be discriminated against. I don't get this. That was really weird.
With our community, you're welcome to email us.
I don't want that. Here,
You can read about it.
Right. Okay, well then I would like my money back in cash. I would rather go in and not have to make myself look like a total retard because I've been camping for like.
You're also using the R word on this and trying to look good.
You're using the R word on this, trying to look good, because apparently she's just a normal person who wasn't aware of how psychotic these people are, the gatekeepers are.
No.
Yeah, that's also a thing.
I'm allowed to call myself whatever I want.
The word retard is just not okay in the world and in this venue, so we'll give you your money back.
Okay, well, I at least need to tell my friends.
No, you can't. There's no entry.
My friends are spinning. They're like, wow, I'm gonna blast this everywhere, guys. I can't get in here right now. They're telling me I need to take my hair out. I've been camping all weekend. My hair looks like shit. I haven't washed it. And I can't get into the event I paid $60 for. Because I have raised hair in, Celtic dreadlocks.
Thing is, they don't let her in now because they say she's belligerent. And I mean, really, it's just she refused to bend the knee to them and to their ideology. So that is unforgivable. I think there's a part here I want to see.
I'm gonna show it everywhere. I think you should cut me some slack and just let me in. I'll delete this video.
So this was made very carefully with the Black community in our space, and I just want you to.
So the cultural appropriation thing was done very carefully with the Black community. What, all of them? I hate this community thing, right? Like, can she direct anybody to the mayor of Blacktown and the treasurer of Blacktown and the press secretary of like this community thing is just simply to try and mislead people, to give like false authority to like one person, right? This, somebody represents this community. Well, do they? Have they polled everybody? Were they elected to office to represent everybody? Or is it just their opinion? That's why this whole that's where this whole community thing came from, right? There's no one town, there's no like gay town, for instance, right? Yes, you have some communities where it's a higher percentage of the population per capita, but there's no like town that's like all gays for gays and everybody's gay, right? For one thing, it would only last one generation. But this community thing, it's just to try and trick people. It's to give false authority to people who don't represent anybody but themselves. It's so absurd.
look at this and think about it. And think about if that's
have
something
at least like 5 people friends in there that are black right now.
So I actually have to go run an event, but there's an email on there if you want to engage with it further, okay?
Okay, so I've been told to email after I just fucking drove here. I drove 3.5 hours from Headley so I could get here on time last night.
You know, the thing is, probably very few people in there care. Probably none of them care, but it's the gatekeepers who are enforcing this, right, to make themselves feel important. They probably all high-fived after this. So we kept that fascist out. Thank God we caught that fascist for coming in with their hair extension thing. That fascist, right? That's probably the conversation that they had. Can you believe that far-right fascist? Oh my God, we almost let a white supremacist in here. That's probably the conversation they had. They're probably really proud of themselves. They'll be posting about it on social media, and all of the other useful idiots will be liking it and telling them, you know, you go. Thank God you kept that fascist out. What an absurd world that they live in. It's all fake. It's all fake. Deep consultation with the community. Like, no, you didn't. It's just what you think. That's it. Yeah, talk to one guy, and it's what he thinks. Just ridiculous. I mean, cultural appropriation is just the history of mankind. It's the history of culture. Like, what a weird thing to focus on. Hey, this thing that you guys do is cool. I think we'll do it too. Like, this was never a thing. This was never a crime. Before some weird academics, some race Marxists in universities decided that they had to find another oppression. Well, we'll just use this one. Yeah, but people won't believe that, right? That's too stupid. We're just going to go with it. I mean, if they don't like it, we'll call them racist, right? That ought to do the trick. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Cross says, so it was a French braid appropriation. This whole thing, too, like simple things like what people do with their hair, as if that could only be invented in one a specific place by one specific people. Of course, everybody everywhere did whatever, right? It's like you're a hunter-gatherer, and you've got very little other than the hide you're wearing and whatever tools you carry with you and your hair, your body and your hair. I think women and men weren't doing things with their hair, keep it out of the way, for instance. It's not like they had barber shops. Izzy says they'll be crying when nobody wants to drive to their events anymore. Well, you know, on the last stream, we did talk about that Kate Smurthwaite, who her name was just made by being an insufferable feminist scold on like panel shows in the UK. And last stream, I showed you the video where she's complaining because she was doing a comedy show at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, and nobody showed up. Not one person, and it had to be canceled. Not one person showed up to be scolded by an awful, insufferable feminist wokester. By the way, a feminist who apparently doesn't actually care about women, because that seems to be the thing now. But it was all Oasis's fault because they were playing in town, and they were really inconsiderate to their fellow performer, as she put it. Their fellow performer. Yeah, that describes Kate Smurthwaite. And by the way, there was only room for about like 20 people, right? There was like 4 couches. That was the whole venue, and still nobody showed up. But instead of taking any kind of personal responsibility for it, it was Oasis's fault, as it always is with the left. Always is. It's always somebody else's fault. Let's see. Chef Rico says, how about go fuck yourself? Holy shit. She should have said this. I wish she'd had my soundboard. She could have played this.
You can stuff it up your ass for nothing and fuck off while you're doing it.
If she'd had that on her phone, that would have been good. Let's see. Judo Survivor says she's better off not going inside. Yep. McCross says if it's only $60, it probably wasn't worth a 5-hour drive. Well, her friends were at, I guess, the DJs there. She said they're spinning in there, so she's going to see her friends. Rogue Thought says she's stage 3 woke. It's not terminal yet. Well, the fact that she said retard multiple times leads me to think that she's not woke. She's not deeply enmeshed in woke. Otherwise, she would know that that's like a capital offense. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie says, okay, wait. I cannot appropriate culture, but I can appropriate gender. It's just one of the many, many incoherencies. Is that a word? Nevada says she doesn't belong with those retards. I would say right. But the thing is, inside, I'm sure nobody would have cared, right? Chef Rico says, these people are so inclusive. Yeah, they're so inclusive that eventually they'll be alone. Radio Streamer says, and another young conservative. She's probably just like somebody who's not political in any way, just living her life. And, you know, kind of the people that she knows are all kind of default liberal or whatever, or NDP, but doesn't really pay attention. Maybe she'll start paying attention now. McCross says, so the password for refund is retard. It's the safe word. Good point. All right, I'm going to skip to the bottom here because we've got a lot going on. We still got a ton to do. Let's see. Spambot says, oh my God, look up the video of Peter Lloyd versus Kate Smurfwaite. We played that last stream. And if you guys want to see it, I'll play it again. Hold on. Hold on a sec. We did look at it last stream, though. But when we did the whole Kate Smurfwaite thing, let me see if I can find it here. I believe it was under Woke Mind Virus. Where is Woke Mind Virus tab? There it is. Okay. Was it? Where is it? No, it's not there. Well, where the heck was it? Oh, hold on. Did I make up a special tab just for that one? So it would be easier? Hold on. I don't know. I guess I'll just look it up. Hold on, you guys. Back with you in a second. Smurfwaite. What is it? Peter Lloyd? All right. Here it is. Okay. Let's check this out. So we did watch this last night, but we'll play it again.
Really have a right to be treated respectfully.
We are unfortunately running out of time, but Peter, I just want to get one final thought from you. Are there words that are used to describe men that offend you?
Not particularly, and if there are some I don't like, I certainly wouldn't want them banned. But it always goes back to that old adage: sticks and stones may break my bones, but there will always be something to offend a feminist.
Peter Lloyd.
No, that's just obnoxious.
Peter Lloyd,
sorry, you have to give me a chance.
That
is ridiculous. No, hang on, I won't do your show.
Just listen how she just keeps going, triggered badly.
Again, if you don't let me respond to that. Come on, that's ridiculous. I mean, first of all, to allow somebody on air.
To allow somebody on air who would say that. They always show their true face, don't they? You know, to allow someone on air. He shouldn't be allowed on. He said something that offended her. Shouldn't be allowed on air. They always show their true face. These are just authoritarians. These are freaking Stalinists. These are identity communists. All right, hold on. Let's go back. Where were we? I was looking at the chat, wasn't I? Okay. Rogue Thought. How you doing, Rogue Thought? Little authoritarians enforcing their pseudo-religion. Yes, perfectly put, actually. All the while making themselves the useful idiots pushing for a socialist utopia. I think they're past socialist at this point, unless you mean like Soviet socialist republics. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor makes a great point. Can't she simply identify as black? Well, that one you can't do, though, because that would be privilege plus power or something. But if she wanted to be a man, she could. No problem. Let's see. It's all totally incoherent. And it's when you start asking these questions and looking at the incoherencies in it, it's obviously all just about power. That's what it's really about. Let's see. Rosie says, oh, I get it now. The hunter-gatherers had dirty hair. She claims dirty hair. That is the culture she is appropriating. It's all so dumb. Let's see. All right. Candom Monkey says, Gay Town would only last one generation. Absolutely hilarious statement, Richie. Well, thank you so much. From Candle Monkey. What a good man. Let's see. Candle Monkey says, I'd be delighted if I got denied access to an event like that. And Spellbot says, he needs to play it again. The Kate Smurthwaite. Play it again. I did it just for you. Let's see. I don't know if it's your birthday. If it's your birthday, happy birthday. You got it again. It was worth seeing again, by the way, in case anybody missed it from last night, or not last night, but Wednesday night. Rogue Thought says, I'd feel offended that they allowed me in. Chef Rico says, she looks like an average white girl pothead. I don't think she's a woke person. Incoherent inconsistencies, Rosie says. That works. All right, skip down a little bit, and then we'll keep going. What are we, 2 hours and 17 minutes? Macross says, I think there's a gun battle outside my house. We'll duck. Get behind something heavy. Let's see. It's a blood moon, Macross says. Well, that explains it. Spambot says, I love the smirk on Peter's face. He was loving it, right? And she played right into his hands by just having this little freak out. Oh, it's beautiful stuff. Like, he wanted to prove that she's annoying and people like her are annoying and insufferable, and she proved it for him. Macross says, holy shit, got to get my shotgun. Be back. This is getting serious. I'm going to have to go down a little bit. And Macross says, tack gun with laser sight. Whatever was going on, it stopped. Okay, thank goodness. Macross says, no, they're at it again. What is happening? What is happening here? Are you okay? Let us know you're okay. Get somewhere safe. Get behind something heavy. Knock your desk over or something. Rook Thought says Blue City. What is going on? We got crazy stuff happening in the chat, people. We got gunfights happening. Canada Monkey says when the next one's on, he's showing up in blackface at the next event to get kicked out of. That's not cool, man. That's not cool. Who are you, Jimmy Kimmel? Or Howard Stern? Come on, man. All right. Macross says, I will just not get involved. Yeah, don't get involved in the gunfight. Great idea. Smart. Just stay, again, turn your desk over, get behind it, but keep watching the show. Rosie says, I think you should play that clip every stream. Some women need to learn to make sandwiches and smile. They will see, they will do much. Why they will seem they will do much wiser. Sandwich making is important for everybody, I think. Now that I think about it, Princess Baloney makes me very, very few sandwiches. Really need to talk to her about that. I think I've made her more sandwiches than this is bullshit. This is bullshit. I'm not taking that. We're going to have a serious talk. Let's see. McCross says, I turned the lights blue. Chef Rico says, if you have to defend yourself, be safe. If you have to use your weapon to defend yourself, be 100. Then call your lawyer. Is what Chef Rico is saying. I'm not giving any legal advice here on anything. This is just the chat. This is the chat. All right. Don't get involved in the gunfight, McCross. Come on. Get your head out of your ass. All right. Let's see. What's going on? Oh, this is a good one. I like this one. Again, I told you I like women's sports. What do we have going on? What else is going on here? Oh, hold on. Give me a second. These are all my bookmarks. We were on Woke Mind Virus, I believe. Woke Mind Virus. Woke Mind Virus. There we go. Okay. I thought it was. What's going on here? Okay. We already saw that one, didn't we? Oh, wait a second. No, we've seen all this. That was not the right one. Oh, I know which one it was. Okay, hold on. I think that was the Woke Canada tab. Here we go. Yes, this was the right one. Okay. So we've still got some more Woke Canada for you because it's fun and depressing. Let's see. What's this one? Oh, yeah. Ryan Garrettson posted this. Canada's reputation just keeps getting better and better. Justin Trudeau spent $170,000 of taxpayer cash flying ISIS brides home to Canada in business class. ISIS brides back to Canada. So they went to go and become husbands of monsters who were beheading people for being the wrong religion. And for some reason, we needed them back. I kind of feel like when you go and join a terrorist, like you very consciously fly somewhere to hang out with a terrorist army that is committing horrific atrocities against everybody who's not them, including like taking sex slaves and stuff. Like, I kind of feel like when you consciously make that decision and like book the flight and you pack and like, what am I going to take? Am I going to need this? I guess I'll need my niqab. I'll need my burqa, I guess. How many of those can I pack? Boy, this suitcase is getting full. Like, I kind of feel like at that point, like, we don't really need you back. Like, what are we getting? What does Canada get out of the deal? Right? So this person gets to come back and live in a nice country again. And I guess, like, brainwash their kids into hating Canadians and Canada and turning them into terrorists, I guess. Like, they get to come back and comfortably hate everybody here who's not them. I don't see what Canada gets out of this deal. It seems like a bad deal for Canada. I mean, obviously, Trudeau loved it, right? Because he's throwing around $170,000. Like, they were staying in, like, nice hotels. They flew home in business class. They were buying wine, right? Not supposed to be doing that. ISIS would not approve. Not approve. So, yeah, that's idiotic, and it's typical. That's just Canada. Let's see what's going on here. So this was posted by Jonathan Kay. Why is U of T, University of Toronto, holding a conference to train school teachers in counterinsurgency? Counterinsurgency. So what happened? So Trudeau flew back the ISIS brides, and I guess they went to the University of Toronto. And now they're being trained in counterinsurgency at taxpayer expense. What is the insurgency they're being trained to suppress? Let's see. U of T announces teacher training in counterinsurgency today. This is one of the largest PD conferences for teachers in Ontario. More indoctrination for Ontario teachers that will not help students succeed. Decolonizing conference. Coming soon. Decolonizing conference. Let's see. Colonial ruptures. Unmasking. Ongoing coloniality. They just keep making up these damn words. And fostering counterinsurgency, resistance, and liberatory possibilities. I wonder if one of those possibilities is communism. So decolonizing, what do they mean by decolonizing? So they just mean white people and capitalism, right? That's what they mean. Because they don't really want to they don't want to take all of the fruits of colonization and just remove it, send it all back to England or something, send it all back to Europe. They don't want that. They still like their electricity and their iPhones and clean water and hot water and all of the nice things they get from colonization. They still like all of that. They just want to control it is all. So decolonizing just means de-white personing and getting rid of capitalism, because every single person involved with anything like this is a Marxist. Every single time. You have to be. You have to be, or else you'll be denounced and kicked out. Colonial ruptures. Unmasking ongoing coloniality. So that's just any resistance to their ideology, right? Anybody who would say, well, capitalism seems to have worked out pretty good, like we're not, pretty wealthy country, it seems to have worked out fine, it's a modern technological society, seems to have been okay. I mean, is it really that bad? That's what they mean by unmasking ongoing coloniality. It's just anybody who disagrees with them. Fostering counterinsurgency. I find this one really revealing because, insurgency, right? So insurgents. So that's, insurgents against the powers that be, right? So I think that they're quite well aware that the Cultural Revolution, the Communist Revolution, has succeeded in academia, in their world. In fact, in all the institutions, but in their institution, they've won. So the revolution's over. The revolution has succeeded, right? So counterinsurgency is anybody remotely sane or with, who's not completely historically illiterate and has any kind of perspective and is rational and isn't a communist. That's the insurgency. So the insurgency is anybody who just says, oh, hold on, you guys are getting a little crazy. This ain't making a ton of sense, right? The insurgency is anybody trying to assert reality. That's it. That's the insurgency. So again, they kind of reveal here that they know that they've won. In academia, they've won, right? They're just trying to just clean up now any inconvenient, anybody who might hold any kind of inconvenient questions for them or ideology. Resistance and liberatory possibilities. So yeah, this is just their statement that they must have total conformity. There can be no dissent allowed. That's what this is really about. And also, decolonizing. It's masked in the language of victimhood, but I think they're well aware. They're well aware of who the actual victims are, and it ain't them. It ain't them. All right. That is retarded, right? That is super retarded. Wouldn't you guys say that's a bit retarded? I think it's a bit retarded. Let's see. Oh, retired Coast Chief over on YouTube. I missed those comments. Let me see if I can find it. I'll scooch back here. I don't know if you're still there, but I will read them. I've got to do it in Mumble Studio here. Hold on. Looks like it was a while ago. Oh, there we go. So what does it say? I can't find you on Rumble. Live, that is. Oh, that's weird. Because we are definitely live on Rumble. Oh, well, I hope you found us. All right. Radio Baloney. Radio Baloney. Just type that in. It should come up. It should take you to the channel. All right. There we go. Look at her. She's having a great time. These keep stopping for some reason. I don't know why. It's not right. There we go. How about this one? Will that one keep going? What are you guys talking about? So, did Macross make it? Is he okay? Let's see. There he is. All right. I want to skip back a little bit. Just make sure. Let's see. Macross says it's almost 1 a.m. here. The cops will probably be coming. So it was a real gunfight out there? Yikes. You're allowed to shoot out here, but at 1 a.m, outrageous. Yeah, 1 a.m. is not a great idea. Shafrico says, I've seen me violate that rule after a couple of beers. Let's see. Some of the residents here are a card short, Macross says. Well, I don't know. Good luck. Good luck to you. Oh, Chef Rico is retired Coastie chief. All right. I didn't know. How could I know? All right. I'm glad you found it. All right. Let's just keep going here because we're 2 hours and 30 minutes in. So we did this. Well, Canada. Okay. We got all through all of those. White Claypool posted this. He says, this video is a good visual metaphor for Canadian government planning and efficiency. This is actually perfect. This is Canada right now. It says stronger grids and lower bills.
On behalf of the University of Toronto and our partners here at Electra, it's my pleasure. Okay. They are very light, actually. Okay. On behalf of the University of Toronto and our partners here at Electra, it's
just funny. I mean, Chairman G is going to be so mad at her. You know my spy. He's going to be so mad at. Did I do a racism? It's not. It's like we're totally infiltrated with Chinese spies. That's my point. Oh, dear. Can't say anything anymore. Let's see. Mark Carney says Canada has an opportunity to unleash its enormous economic potential. This is actually a little old. I'm not going to read that. All right. We already did all of that. Let's see. What's going on here? U.S. envoy to Canada shreds Canadian media. So Canadian media has just turned into CNN. So after Trump's election and the media just went completely insane in the United States, the CBC, Global CTV, were very impressed by their turn against objectivity. I mean, they weren't before. CNN was bad before, but there was a difference. There was before Trump and after Trump. After Trump, they threw away any pretensions at objectivity or real journalism. You know, I know they were biased before. I know. We all know that. But they took it to another level afterwards. Again, even the New York Times, right? They openly said they were throwing away objectivity, that it was their job to now shape opinion instead of just reporting and letting people decide. And obviously in Canada, the Global CTV, especially CBC, took it as permission. Like, we'll do the same. Even though we're getting massive government funding, we'll just do the same. Finally, we're free. Finally, we can do what we want, which is just manipulate the public. Let's hear what this guy has to say about it, because it's entirely obvious.
The vast majority of your business community.
So this is the American ambassador to Canada, by the way.
The vast majority of your business community that has business relationships with the U.S., they've been relatively quiet. And your media, okay, I mean, their prime sport, okay, is beating up Donald Trump every day. So no, I'm not surprised by those numbers.
Not surprised?
No, I'm a politician. Okay, if I were in a riding, and everybody in that riding, was trashing a candidate. They had no support from any political party. They had no support from their business community. The media was piling on. It's kind of like, wow, 15%, Mr. President, that's not bad. But the important thing here is not the popularity of the president, is the president delivering on the promises that he made to the American people for increasing prosperity in America, making their communities safer and more secure. That is what's driving this president, the promises that he made to the American people and implementing the policies that he believed will deliver those results.
So what I hear at the beginning again, hold on.
The vast majority of your business community that has business relationships with the U.S., they've been relatively quiet. And your media, okay, I mean, their prime sport, okay, is beating up Donald Trump every day.
Well, this was a strategy employed by the Trudeau Liberal Party. While I remember making videos while Trump was not yet reelected president, and you had Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland and the rest of the Liberal Party dingbats in Parliament going, Maple MAGA this, Maple MAGA that, Pierre Poilievre's Maple MAGA, 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 brr, scary orange man, scary far-right American conservatives, constantly. And I remember commenting, saying, Trump might become president again, and this might be a really bad idea to spend years using your collusion with the Canadian media around American conservatism and MAGA as a bludgeon against the conservatives in Canada, because, this is going to get noticed, right? This might be an error here. This might be a bad strategy, because if Trump gets back in again, they're going to remember this. Totally idiotic. Of course, it didn't stop. It's just gone crazier and crazier. The Canadian media didn't bother to, remind Canadians that, let's see, in these tariff disputes, Canada has tariffs on the U.S. as well. Oh, and by the way, the tariff on Canadian cars, that's on non-USMCA compliant parts that shouldn't be in the cars. Anyway, that's violating the USMCA. They have every right to put a tariff on non-compliant parts. And by the way, it's just the parts. So the 25% is just on the parts, not on the entire car. It'll end up being like 3% tariff. That'll be the effective tariff. The media being in collusion with just incompetent, right? Totally incompetent, no longer capable of actually informing the public, of actually performing real journalism. But whatever the reason, the media in collusion with the Liberal Party, just not informing the Canadian public. Oh, by the way, there's massive tariffs from China, worse than the ones from Trump. Maybe you can, not just mention it once and then memory hole it. Maybe you can remind Canadians of that. Maybe give Canadians some perspective on what's actually happening, and that Canada has tariffs. But Canada is not innocent in all of this. Right? That might have been more helpful. Perhaps that might have put us in a better position to get a trade deal like every other damn country in the world. Unless, of course, Mark Carney doesn't actually want a trade deal for his own reasons, which I think at least there's a 50% chance of that. Now, of course, this will go totally unnoticed, or it will be scorned by the elbows up faithful. This is why Canada is failing, because Canada is irrational, because
everything woke turns to shit.
And the Canadian government is woke as shit. I made a video about Mark Carney. He's not this button-down moderate guy. He is woke. You want woke? Mark Carney's got plenty of woke for you. You want to, a kid, a 5-year-old picks up the wrong toy. You want to tell him he's born in the wrong body? Mark Carney's there for you. He's going to preserve woke in Canada. He told us that. He said there's not going to be a war on woke like in the States by those evil Republicans, by that evil MAGA. We love it in Canada. We love the woke. If you want woke, Mark Carney's your man. He's just as woke as Trudeau, probably even more. Anyway, Canada's dysfunctional, and nothing is going to change. Nothing will get better until we have a sane government, which we don't have right now. Or just at least a government that's actually interested in the well-being of Canadians, which we don't have now. We have a government that's interested in ideology and, let's face it, enriching themselves. All right, let's move on. Well, I don't think we need to see him again, do we? But actually, maybe we'll watch it. So here's Jasmine Lane. Jasmine Lane posting this. Mark Carney is not the master negotiator he wants you to believe he is. See what the American ambassador to Canada had to say earlier this week. Yes, this is him being interviewed by Jasmine Lane, who has really been knocking it out of the park with her interviews lately. She just did one with Pierre Poilievre. Excellent interview. She's doing a great job. Jasmine Lane.
Well, in any negotiation, you need to know what the other party wants. You also need to understand who the other party is and how they work and how they function. Okay? Again, on this Western trip, I met with a reporter. And they asked me, Pete, do we really, and this was kind of a background off the record question, so it's never been reported. But, Pete, do we understand Donald Trump? We watch CNN and we hear all of these stories about Donald Trump. And so if we're doing that, do we really understand Donald Trump? And it's like, if you're watching CNN, you have no idea who Donald Trump is or how he works because they have a bias, as a lot of media outlets do. But if you're watching CNN to try to get an insight into, how does...
If you're in Canada, the only place you can get insight on Trump, real insight on Trump, is independent media, right? It's a big reason why I started this channel so many years ago, was because looking at the propaganda on Canadian TV regarding anything political in the United States is identical to CNN, MSNBC. Right? Any expert they have on is from the New York Times or Washington Post. And there was really nothing else. There's no Fox News. There's no counter. I mean, we have some, I would call nominally conservative newspapers in Canada, but there's nothing, nothing on a screen, on the TV screen, like Global News or CBC News. We do have some really good conservative, but not very conservative, Canadian conservative journalists. I like Tristan Hopper. I like Brian Lilly. I think he does a good job. I think Rupa Subramanya is really good. But they can't compete with, the nightly news in Canada. And it was driving me insane because it was just a bunch of left-wing propaganda regarding Trump, regarding just American conservatism. It was just junk that was coming out, just brain rot that the Canadian people were being fed. And I thought, well, I don't know if anybody will watch, but I'm going to, I'll give a different perspective on it. I follow this. I see both sides. I'll start offering that. And if anybody wants to watch it, well, they can, right? But yeah, Canada is, if you want true insight on Trump, you're not going to get it from the mainstream media. It's all just propaganda in Canada. It's worse than in the States because there's nothing other than independent media. Anyway, let's continue.
Does Donald Trump work, or what's the decision making, or how's he working with his team on trade and those kinds of things? I'm sorry, you're not going to get many insights from those folks. So, those are the kind. In any negotiation, you need to know what the other side wants, what's important, and you need to have some idea in terms of who they are and how they work. And I think there's just, looking at the United States, I'm not sure that. You guys figure out whether you think you understand who Donald Trump is and what America wants out of these negotiations.
Nevada says Rebel News ain't bad, but they're independent. So like Brian Lilly, Tristan Hopper, Rupa Subramania, they write for, established corporate media in Canada, newspapers, right? So I'm talking about, so Rebel News is independent, right? Jasmine Lane, independent. Elevate podcast, independent. Northern Perspective, Juno News, the National Telegraph with White Claypool. Those are the people you really want to go to. Now, I think that there's a few journalists that actually do a really good job. Other than them, mostly, they have to work either for the National Post or Sun newspapers. But they don't get onto the CBC panels.
Well,
obviously. All right. And here is a poll. The Orange Man is sending Ontario howling mad to the nut house. So from Tokyo Rosie, here's a poll from now. Nanos is not a very reliable pollster. During the election, they had some genuinely ridiculous polls. What they all do, though, at the end is they'll herd. They'll get with 4 or 5 points or something within what will end up actually being right at the end, so they can see, we weren't that far off. But they'll put out ridiculous polls. In Ontario, seat count on the latest Nanos poll: Liberal Party 116, NDP 3, CPC 2, Green Party 1. Now, I have no doubt that this is not accurate, but it's probably directionally true. Right? They would, if the election was held today, they'd probably dominate. If the election was held today nationally, not just in Ontario, if there was a national election tomorrow, I'm sure the Liberals would get a majority. They do better than in the last election. That's Canada. People haven't found the line yet, right? They're still deluded. They're still being propagandized by the mainstream media into thinking that somehow Carney is doing something, right? I don't envy them that job, by the way. It's got to be hard. It's got to be soul-killing, tricking people into thinking that globalist hobgoblin is actually doing something for them. Yeah. All right. We are almost done. We're almost at the last tab for the evening, and then we'll be on that for a while. So, if you're not aware, there was a Trudeau policy, a Trudeau mandate, an EV mandate. In fact, even worse than that, a ZEV, zero emissions vehicle mandate in Canada, starting next year and ending in 2035, where there will be no gas cars available to be bought in Canada by this time. Now, this was a Trudeau policy. I think it quite obviously has Mark Carney's fingerprints all over it. We know that Mark Carney was advising Justin Trudeau at the time of this policy decision. So next year, car dealers in Canada are supposed to sell at least 20% of their inventory being electric vehicles. How this is going to work out, that is very far off from the demand in Canada. So how they're supposed to convince people to buy these, I have no idea, but the government is planning to penalize them harshly with big fines, essentially, if they don't meet that. Then it goes up to 40%, 60%, and then by 2035, it's supposed to be 100%. Nobody buys anything but zero emission vehicles. Apparently no thought to how we're going to supply how we're going to have a grid that can handle this, how we're going to supply all of this electricity. Apparently, it would require something like 12 or 14 new massive nuclear reactors. Not that we have a grid or any plan to have a grid that can handle it reliably in any case. Never mind the fact that Canada is really cold a lot of the year, and these EVs don't work very well in that. They lose like 40% of their range after -7. Not to mention the fact that the batteries themselves don't like it. It damages them. Too much cold damages them. Canada's really cold in a lot of it during the winter, right? No thought to any of this. It's totally batshit crazy. A lunatic plan. Now, Pierre Poilievre is talking about this and suggesting that, hey, let's not do the insane thing and mandate something. Mandate that the Canadian people buy something that they don't want and will not be useful to them. Let's take a look.
In just a few months, on January 1st, the Carney mandate, the Carney ban on your gas vehicle will begin to be phased in. It will require 20% of dealership sales to be electric, and any car sold above that quota will pay a $20,000 tax. I call it the Carney tax. The Liberals' mandate would continue to worsen as years go by until 2035, when gas vehicles would be banned altogether. The auto industry is already under enormous stress after Mark Carney broke his promise to get a July 21st, 2025 deal with to end the tariffs imposed by the United States. The last thing they need is a job-killing, price-hiking gas vehicle ban. The CAA found that all electric vehicles can lose 40% of their power during cold winters. EVs that are comparable in utility and function to their gas-powered vehicles, on average, cost about $20,000 more. Consumers should be free to choose the car or truck that they drive. They should be able to decide for themselves what they buy and how they get around. And yet, we know that Mark Carney's plan will punish them for making those choices, and according to the Canadian Journal of Economics, kill 38,000 jobs across this country. That is why I am announcing today that Conservatives are launching a massive nationwide campaign to stop Mark Carney's ban on gas-powered vehicles. This campaign will include motions in Parliament, pressure campaigns in local Liberal MP ridings, press conferences and events at car dealerships across Canada, petitions, and other activities that will mobilize Canadians to maintain their right to decide what car they can afford and what car works for them. It's time to put Canadians back in the driver's seat. It's time to put Canadians back in the driver's seat so that they can decide what life they want to live. Mes amis, le plan.
You know, I think part of the problem in Canada is there's a lot of credulity amongst the liberal voting part of the populace. These are not particularly sophisticated people. They may see themselves that way. But I'm sorry, elbows up and chicken dance worked on you because Rosemary Barton's teleprompter told you to. So I'm not giving you the benefit of the doubt here. But I think there are certain things that are so ludicrous, so ridiculous, that it's almost like, well, our leaders wouldn't put out something that ludicrous, something that wouldn't work, something that would be so catastrophic to our country, to people's just everyday lives and our economy. No, they wouldn't put something out there. They wouldn't put out something like that unless they knew it was going to work. I think we have an authority and credentials bias in this country. I mean, just look at the last election. Mark Carney got elected on credentials. Look at his credentials. Don't look at what he actually did, right? But look at those credentials. A governor of the Bank of England. Don't look into it, and definitely don't look at any like British newspapers or listen to any British politicians about him. Don't do that. Don't do your own research, whatever you do, right? This is one of the weird things about the modern left, too, is they've really been convinced that just simply looking into something yourself is doing your own research, and that's bad because the CBC teleprompter told you so. That's something right-wing people do, right? So don't well, is there an interview with Liz Truss, say, ex-prime minister, not for very long in the UK, but ex-prime minister, knows who Mark Carney is, knows the effects of his policies. Don't listen to her. That's doing your own research. And that's bad. Only dummies do that. Don't read a British newspaper article about Mark Carney or an opinion piece in a British newspaper. That's doing your own research. And again, only evil mega people do that. Only the far right does that. That's evil. You must be an idiot. You listen to the ex-prime minister, former prime minister of the UK? What a dummy. They seem to be they seem to have been convinced of this. And they just have been convinced that just authority is right. Credentials is right. Well, it must be a good idea, or else they wouldn't do it. I mean, the people in authority are there because they're competent, right? They couldn't not be competent, right? Or otherwise we wouldn't have elected them prime minister. This is the problem. So they can push literally insane stuff like this. This EV mandate, you can't even have a hybrid. It has to be zero emission. Where are all the people living in apartment buildings? There's lots of them. Where are they going to charge their cars? Has anybody thought of any of this? Right? But they just assume, well, Carney must know what he's doing. He's keeping Trudeau's policy, so he must know what he's doing. It must be a good idea because Carney's doing it. Carney's doing it. Governor of the Bank of England, Carney's doing it. He worked for Brookfield. Carney's doing it. He must know what he's doing. It's a weird thing. It's like this authority bias. People are just too happy to have the boot on their face. That was supposed to be a warning in 1984, right? The future is just a boot on a human face forever. Orwell was saying that it was a bad thing, not a good thing. There's too many Canadians that they just seem to want the boot. They don't want to think for themselves. Doing your own research is not going off and finding some obscure blog, right? It's just, I don't know, maybe there's a newspaper with an opinion piece that has a different idea. Or maybe I'll just look at the government's own statistics, stuff like that. Don't do that. Don't look at the government's own statistics that they've been keeping for 100 years on forest fires. That's doing your own research. That means you're dumb. That means you're a conspiracy theorist. Anyway, Pierre Poilievre is exposing the insanity of this. Right? Hopefully enough. I guess it's, will it have to come down to just, it gets to 2035 and then people go, oh yeah, this super isn't working. Will it take that long? I don't know. I don't know if Canada is just San Francisco now and is beyond hope. I hope not. We shall have to see. What's going on here? That's 20 minutes long, this video. We're not watching that. We're not watching that. No. Oh, yeah. By the way, EV sales have collapsed in Canada, falling 45% compared to March 2024. The end of purchase incentives and the growing EV charging gap are the culprits. The federal EV mandate needs to be scrapped before serious damage is done to the auto industry. Yeah. Well, that would be that would be, dealing with reality on its own terms. And yeah, that's not going to happen quite yet in Canada, unfortunately. All right. Let's get to the chat. I've been neglecting you guys. JDL says, Carney, how are you doing, JDL? Carney, obviously working for China. Well, there's obviously some deep connection in China, just from everything that he does and has done. That's just what I judge that from. Let's see. I have to find a part in the chat where you guys aren't talking about something completely different. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, Poilievre sounds a bit under the weather and low energy there. Well, it's human. Macross says, Trump wrote that speech for him. Come on. Trump doesn't like Pierre Poilievre. He doesn't like him. He said that ad nauseum. He doesn't like him because Poilievre would have his policies would have stood in the way of Trump luring Canadian industry, Canadian businesses down south, which is what he wants to do. Macross says, thank you for your attention to this matter. That is a hilarious thing that he puts at the end of his his posts. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Endlessly amusing. Chef Rico says, Cardi is a thief. He will wreck Canada to loot it for his own personal gain. Well, this is what I've been saying. He is going to rack up. He's going to max out the national credit card. He is going to extract every penny from this country to turn it into his net zero carbon capture G-Fans laboratory. And he is going to extract every penny to give to these green companies that he's somehow connected to. Let's see. Rosie says, Poilievre needs more chocolate. You only get the chocolate after we do they, them energy. No. Let's see. All right. JDL says midterms could be in jeopardy. Well, there's a lot going on with this gerrymandering right now, because in Texas they're redoing districts, and Newsom is threatening to do it. But the problem is they've already like in California, there's nothing to stop them doing whatever they want. There hasn't been for decades. I don't think they can squeeze another district out. It's already totally gerrymandered to the maximum. All the blue states are. So they might have a problem with that. Chef Rico says, so Trump is only allowed 2 terms here. Can he run for prime minister in 28? No, but he wouldn't get elected because there's a lot of derangement syndrome here. But also, too, Canada wouldn't be a fit for Trump anyway, just because Canada has no leverage. Like, Trump needs leverage to get what he wants done, right? Canada has no leverage. I mean, many Canadians are just totally delusional about our status in the world. And it's getting worse because of their voting as well. Jeff Rico says, make Canada great again. Well, I'm hoping that PR will do that. Rogue Thoughts says, historically, that's true, talking about the midterms. Yeah, typically they do flip. But we seem to be bucking historical trends these days. Well, it just... there does seem to be a thing about the MAGA vote, is that they show up for the presidential elections, but they don't show up for the midterms and for local elections, that sort of thing. And those are really important. So I know Scott Pressler is pushing hard, but there's only so much that he can do. So it would be a tragedy if they lost the House. It would be an absolute tragedy, because then it's just frozen, and then it's just like impeachments, and it would just be such a waste. Trudeau Survivor says to Rosie, imagine being the next Prime Minister of Canada, inheriting the Liberal mess. Poilievre has got to be thinking, if the juice is worth the squeeze, well, somebody's got to do it, right? The problem is that we have generational damage from Trudeau, And that's just getting compounded with Carney. Kahuna, how you doing? Says, we are in deep shit, fellow patriots. We are surrounded by sheep. That's true. That is 100% true. Yeah. Chef Rico says, we have the same dumbasses here in California. Can't do controlled burns because we're idiots. Well, people complained about the smoke from the controlled burns. So that's what happened in Canada. That's why they stopped doing them. JDL says, is saying there's arson involved allowed in Canada? I mean, this is the weird, this is the thing about the media, right? So I made a big video about forest fire a couple of years ago, and I looked at the government statistics on controlled burns because they have it going back decades, right? You can see how they got smaller and smaller and basically disappeared, and this was because people complained about the smoke, so they just stopped doing the controlled burns. Really dumb. But also, too, I wanted to look into arson because I kept hearing about there's arson involved. So I started researching newspaper articles in the places where the fires were. And yes, in every single place, including that huge one in the Maritimes 2-3 years ago, I think it was. Yeah, it was arson. Tons of arson. And there's lots of newspaper reports. Now, like the CBC, all those CBC panels, CBC News, Global, and all that, they could put all this together, right? And then make a story on it, right? And inform the public. They won't. That's why independent media is so important, because it's people like me that will actually pull all this information together. Real information. It's not obscure right-wing blogs. We're talking about like the newspapers like Edmonton Journal, Calgary Herald, Vancouver Sun, right? Like mainstream media, but we're the only ones who pull all the information together. Moose on the Loose has an excellent channel in Canada, and he has this gigantic, graphic showing all of Mark Carney's connections, globalist connections, and connections to Brookfield and all these green companies and his interests in them. Really good. Nobody else is doing it. Mainstream media will not do that, obviously, right? Because it looks bad for Carney. But it's only independent media that does this stuff. Like CBC, Global, CTV, they're not going to show you the WPATH files, obviously. Chevrigo says, then comes the big fires. Yes, when you don't do controlled burns and basic forest management, that's when you get the big fires. And then they blame it on climate change. Even though the frequency, like in Canada, the frequency of forest fires actually gone down. So, to answer your question, JDL, you can say arson. It's just that, you're saying it. The media is not going to say it. I mean, you'll find the local stories, right? But the media is not going to put it all together into a package for you and say, hey, this is a problem here. Rogue Thought says, well, if they controlled forest fires, how could they blame climate change on them? Exactly. It would go against the narrative, the accepted narrative. So they won't do it. And I'm increasingly convinced that there's like some behind the scenes liaison between the Liberal Party and the mainstream media in Canada, where they're working out, they're basically making editorial decisions together for their mutual benefit. I'm convinced of it at this point. I don't have any evidence, so it is speculation, but it just seems too obvious. Why wouldn't they? They can get away with it. Who's going to report on it? The media? All right. Let's see. Rosie says, Chef Rico asked earlier, can you show the clip of the Coast Guard sailor banging on a drug dub? Macross needs to see it. What is it? I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that. You'll guess I'll have to put a link in the thing. Let's see. A drug sub. Oh, a drug sub. All right. Cross says, release the Kraken. Cross says, they aren't wrong. The weather changes 4 times a year. It does. Let's see. Chef Rico says, YouTube must think I'm a Canadian trucker. I get Alberta independence, Moose on the Loose, and other things Canadian. Good. I'm glad you do. All right. So I have no idea what you guys are talking about with that thing. So you'll have to put it in the chat. All right. Oh, you know what I should try and do? Try and do another ad read. That'll be fun. Let's see. What do we got? Ooh, NFL. They're asking me to stick directly to the script. So no improvisation, no commie hate. I'm just going to read this one. I'll do what they say. Set your clocks, mark your calendars, and buckle up for the best NFL primetime football action. Starting September 4th on Westwood One, you can catch all the bone-crushing hits, last-second heroics, and edge-of-your-seat action that NFL Thursday, Sunday, Monday nights have to offer. Whether you're tailgating, driving, or chilling at home, don't miss a single snap. Listen on the NFL app, the Westwood One Sports app at Westwood One Sports. That's Westwood. ONE1, Westwood OneSports.com. And just say, it's this easy. Just say, Alexa, open Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One. So they said I had to stick exactly to the script, guys. So I just did what they said. I don't want to get them mad. I don't want to get kicked out of the program. Although I do remember, I don't know. I do remember Colin Kaepernick said that the NFL was slavery, same thing as slavery. So I don't know if I just demeaned myself doing that. I didn't feel like a slave. Let's see. Let's see. Chevrigo says, I'll find it next time. Okay, yep, throw it on next time. But I honestly have no idea what the heck that is. Let's see. Rosie says, Westwood One ad, strong read, growly, forceful, 10 out of 10. That's almost the most out of 10 you can get. But no commie hate, I know. I didn't want to. I had to do that against my will. Right? I wanted to throw, and I wanted to. I could feel it. I wanted to come out of me, the commie hate. But they said, yeah, got to stick to the script. And look, I made $1.80 for that ad read. Okay, $1.80. So I'm not exactly going to try and blow that. Let's see. That radio streamer says, they don't understand your market. We hate commies. I know. Spam Buff on it says, male cheerleaders? What the fuck? Do I have anything on that? Do I have anything on male cheerleaders? Well, I know there's a ton of stuff on that. Should we just take a quick peek? All right, we'll take a quick peek. Let's see. Let's see. Male NFL cheerleaders. This one I can find quick. No messing around. Let's see. Hold on. Here we go. So, Grant Goodwin says, this is gay. The Minnesota Vikings under serious backlash after the team hires a male as their lead cheerleader for the 2025-26 NFL football season. Vikings fans are fuming. Why? I don't understand why. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, I don't get it. Why? Why do this? Like, literally no NFL fans. No, what team is this again? Minnesota. Literally no Minnesota Vikings fans asked for this. We love the cheerleaders, but make them more gay. Who said that? Well, we need gay men in it, though. We love the cheerleaders. They're great. They're hot. But there's not enough gay in it. Nobody asked this. I mean, I don't, I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's a crime. I mean, sure, it is kind of a crime. It's a crime against just like common sense. It's not like I hate them. I don't hate them. I mean, fine, be a cheerleader, but it's just, why would they, like, it's obvious virtue signaling, I guess is my point, that literally nobody asked for. I don't get the point of it. It just seems to be a mistake. Like, just bad judgment. Let's see. Is there anything else here? Let's see. Oh, the Patriots cheer. The Patriots got one too. The Patriots also have a gay. Can that be real? Or is this just like a Dancing with the Stars thing or something? What's this? New England Patriots new male cheerleader. So is that real? I can't play the music. It's a really gay music. I feel like this isn't actual. Like, maybe it is. I guess it is. It's just, why? What's the point? Like, everybody, we've already decided you don't need to do that anymore. Like, it's been made clear. If these Sydney Sweeney ads hasn't made it clear, it's that you don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to. You don't have to do this anymore. Everybody's fine. Nobody's going to call you a Nazi if you don't do this. It's like they just volunteered for it. It's weird. All right. Let's go back. Chef Rico, guess what? Chef Rico has made a donation to the channel, a Rumble rant for the channel, and that means best person ever. That means best person of all time. All time. That means whoever your favorite person is, that person is dog shit compared to Chef Rico. Thank you very much, Chef Rico. And what's he say? On one more time. It says Murphy's Barbecue has the spiciest rub for your butt. So tasty. So I'm going to do an ad read. Okay, here we go. Murphy's Barbecue has the spiciest rub for your butt. So tasty, you're going to want to dive in face first. www.murphys-catering.com. That's www.murphys-catering.com. It's number one. And totally communism free. All right. I love it. All right. Hold on. Let me just check something quickly. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody else. All right. By the way, anybody who's not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel right now. Everybody's doing it. It's super cool. Also, liking the stream is a big deal. Liking the stream a big deal. Of course, we welcome any Rumble rants or anything like that. Also, as always, the best way to help out the channel is to become a channel member because it's awesome. And also, gifting memberships to other people in the chat. That's really cool, too. Everybody's doing that. All right. Just had to get that out of the way. Now what was I doing? Was there something I had to, was there a link I had to, all right, hold on. I think somebody sent me a link. All right, let's do this. Copy. I guess I'm taking requests now. Let's see. What is this? I got to check it out first. Make sure it's not something totally degenerate. Here we go. All right. Let's do this. Coast Guard, thank you for sending it. Coast Guard intercepts drug smuggling submarine. I hope there's not commies in there.
Este es Juanes Costas de los Estados Unidos. Auto su barco ahora. Auto su barco. Auto su barco. Auto su barco ahora. Auto su barco. Auto su barco ahora. Auto su barco. Auto su barco.
I don't think they can hear him in there. I don't think they can hear him.
It's gonna be hard to get on. Auto Tupaco!
Oh man, that's intense. That was intense. Okay, that was pretty awesome. I will admit that was pretty awesome. Yeah, that was pretty good. All right, I'm glad we showed that. But why not just torpedo them? Can't they? Don't they have torpedoes? Raider Streamer says, you know what? I'll take the commie hate where I can get it. 9.8 out of 10. That's almost the most you can get out of 10. Murphy's Dash Catering. Sorry. Murphy's. www. Murphy. Am I losing it? Do I have syphilis? Is that what? Do I have spirochetes in my brain? I don't know. I wonder sometimes. www.murphys-catering.com. Yum! Those damn spirochetes. Let's see. Chef Rico says it's Minnesota, for fuck's sake. Yes, the male cheerleaders that nobody asked for. Radio Streamer says all three they them fans of the NFL that still watch, although it's the patriarchy, just shouted yay. Don't they know it's the patriarchy? How is the you guys tell me, how is the NFL ratings these days? Is it starting to drop off? I wonder. I'm like, does anybody still watch baseball? I don't watch team sports anymore. So I don't know. I only watch boxing and UFC. Got a big day of boxing UFC coming up tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Got a fight in the UK. Up and comer, heavyweight, kind of phenom. Then we got big UFC tomorrow. It's going to be fun. Going to have company and pizza. It's going to be great. And hopefully I'll find time to do a couple of clip videos somewhere in there. Let's see. Rogue Thought says it's anti-normative. That's the point. It does seem to be nothing but that. But isn't there like you'd think at some point, like they would have, like by now they would have kicked out all of the purple-haired gremlins, right? And just said, okay, we're not doing that anymore, right? Because now companies, NFL, these are just businesses, right? Like now they know they don't have to do it. So they must be, still infected at the top level. They haven't gotten, purified themselves yet. Radio Streamer says, and commies hate it, right? The rub, that is. They absolutely hate that rub, that barbecue rub. Can't stand it. Rogue Thought says, golf is a palate cleanser after that. That's right. Let's see. Commies hate Murphy's Catering. They hate it. They can't stand it. Chef Rico says, no, it's a law enforcement action. Can't just blow them up. Talking about the drug dealers in the submarine. I know, but I just was, it's just wishful thinking. Rogue Thought says grenades would make for a good depth charge substitute. Look like a kind of a crappy submarine, by the way, too. I don't think it would take much to peel that thing open. Rosie says Murphy's Catering ad, well done, 10 out of 10, which is the most you can get out of 10, almost. Chuno Survivor says they didn't torpedo the sub because the CIA wants their cocaine back. Probably. Let's see. Chef Rico gives me a 10 out of 10. Great ad read. Again, that's all. Thank you. And that's almost the most you can get out of 10 out of 10. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie says, Trudeau Survivor asked a good question. Did you kneel when you read the NFL ad? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Never do that. Let's see. Rogue Thought says BLM killed any interest I still had in the NFL, NBA, etc. Yeah, me too. Got political. Even hockey. It was the last straw for me. Hockey started getting into all that stuff, and I just went, no, I'm done. Don't need it anymore. I like boxing better anyway. Chef Rico says the rub tastes like freedom. And which rub is that? Which rub is that? That's the one from my brain isn't working. Hold on. From murphyscatering.com. All right. Tastes like freedom. You should do Murphy's Catering. Go to Murphy's Catering site. High class. Richard says, nice. Now I want it. All right, I'll go to all right. So hold on. Goddamn audience requests. Murphy's Is it Murphy's Catering? Hold on. Where is that again? I got to do it exactly or else it won't work. Where is it? murphyscatering.com. murphyscatering.com. Let's go. All right. This is nice. Oh, yeah. This is nice. Murphy's Events and Catering. Very nice. All right. Welcome to Murphy's Events and Catering. This is classy, I got to say. I would have high confidence going to this website. We provide both on-site and off-site catering. We also offer a beautiful event venue in historic downtown Murphys, California. Let's see. Event venue and catering. Very nice. Beautiful. Masonic Lodge. Wait a second. Let's see. Downtown Murphys is a charming and timeless space that seamlessly blends rich history with an elegant setting. Located in the heart of downtown, it's surrounded by quaint wine tasting rooms, upscale boutiques, and picturesque streets. The venue features classic architectural details, including high ceilings, vintage wood accents, and a warm, inviting ambience, making it ideal for weddings, receptions, or putting down communist revolutions. All right. Okay. All right. The things I do for you guys. It's fun, though. All right. So let's get to the last tab for the evening. What are we? 3 hours and 27 minutes. You know, we have now passed all of the requirements for the Rumble Creator Program for the month. So all of them, the amount of unique chatters, the amount of the 5 hours. We're past the 5 hours of premium, although we'll probably do another premium stream anyway, just to add on to it. The hours viewed. And the whole thing, the amount that I need to do, like overall for the streaming, so that's pretty good. We're really on top of it tonight or this month. They're building the Hyperloop. Good for them. We should do it in America, Elon Musk says. So what is this all about? Massimo posted, China is testing a vacuum high-speed train that can travel over 1,000 kilometers per hour. The ultra-fast vacuum tube magnetic levitation system could reduce the travel time between Shanghai and Hangzhou. Let's watch.
God, China is building a 1,000 kilometer per hour super high-speed rail. The 200-kilometer journey from Shanghai to Hangzhou will take just 9 minutes. It's as fast as a bullet, faster than an airplane. It's the world's first ultra-high-speed, low-vacuum tube magnetic levitation transportation system developed by China, using the most advanced magnetic levitation technology to put the train into a near-vacuum pipe. Using the low vacuum environment and the supersonic shape to reduce air resistance, the magnetic levitation reduces friction resistance and realizes supersonic operation with a maximum speed of more than 1,000 kilometers per hour. Don't think that the faster the train goes, the less safe it is. On the contrary, the safety of this super high-speed rail is even higher than that of high-speed rail, airplane, and car in theory. At present,
in theory, he said, in theory, even higher than the safety. In theory. The only problem with this is that it's made in China, and it will take about 9 seconds for that thing to leave the station at 1,000 kilometers an hour before it explodes into 1,000 pieces. So no, thank you. No, thank you. Let's see. Young Italian women are now joining their French counterparts in buying pet pigs, so Muslim men will leave them alone when they go out. Yes, they don't like pigs or dogs at all. And this is apparently actually the state of Europe now. Almost makes you wonder, like, was there a time when they didn't have to do this? And was there something they could have done or could do now to avoid having to do this? I don't know. Maybe this isn't real. I don't know. But it just, the world is so crazy now that what couldn't be? Let's see if there's a community note. No, nothing. So I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it. This is 22-year-old Troy Plemons. During the flash flooding in Chattanooga, Tennessee, he jumped out of his utility truck and swam through 8 feet of floodwaters to rescue a woman trapped in her car. The car vanished under the water 60 seconds later. Hero. Well, I would say that would make you a hero. So you managed to smash that window open. So that's a good deed right there. Let's see. The mayor of Cincinnati will probably charge him for a felony. Let's see. Throw it in the gutter and go buy another. So, okay. So this, you know what's going to happen here. How did the truck driver not know that was going to happen? Like, isn't this like basic awareness, right? Like, what's the clearance? Isn't it that just, I don't know. I'd be mad if that was my boat. Let's see. Check it out. All right. What's going on here? I'm not going to play the music on this because I don't need another copyright. Let's see. He's looking through there, and then it's him, but he's telling him to fuck off. He's telling himself to fuck off. Well, that's weird. I don't understand it. That daughter is the devil. Let's see. Oh, Mom looks pretty good. I say Mom's looking good. She's keeping herself in shape. The kid. That daughter is the devil. I don't know. She's just a silly kid. Let's see. Missed a payment on Cybertruck, and look how they do it. See, this is the thing with having these new technology cars, right? They could just shut it down on you. Like this guy's like on the highway.
What the fuck? Bro, I gotta call Tesla, bro. What the fuck? Bro, like, what the fuck? I can't move the car, bro. I'm stranded as fuck. Hell no. The fuck? Nigga, I'm in the middle of traffic, bro. Would you look at this shit, bro?
You'd think there'd be some sort of, like, I mean, they're apparently so good, these cars, that they'd have like a thing where like it didn't just shut it down on like a highway, like you had to get somewhere and stop, like turn off the car. I don't know. Seems like, oh, wait a second. This is fake as confirmed by Tesla. They got us. They got us. Hold on. Hold on.
It's a total fabrication.
Total fabrication. I should have checked. All right, let's keep going. So I don't know if this is true or not. The elites won't tell you this, but the science is clear. A groundbreaking study from the University of Nebraska revealed something shocking. Raising more cows could actually save the planet. Well, I don't know if this is true. Let's listen to him.
So you'll be reading it, so it's not coming from my mouth. I'm not making it up. But the University of Nebraska just got done with their one of their studies that the way to save the world on carbon is raise more cows. Okay. And that's because cows are carbon negative. Okay. They produce more oxygen than they put off methane and carbon.
It means to eat more cheeseburgers or steaks, right? Beef. To save the world.
To save the world, right.
There you go. Thank you.
So
well, I don't understand. How do they produce more oxygen? Because they breathe oxygen like we do. So what, their manure maybe is good for plants, and so then that does it that way? I don't know. But I'm not going to fact check it because it's late. Just because it's late. Do it another time. How about this? Cambodian monks thank President Trump for ending the war between Cambodia and Thailand. This is the people's president, peace through strength. I didn't even catch this one. Like, he's doing a lot of stuff.
Standing here today with hearts full of appreciations for your instrumental role in bringing about the recent ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand. The border conflict, which had escalated recently, caused immense sufferings and instability for the people of both nations. Your diplomatic engagement and visionary intervention were critical in de-escalating tension and facilitating a truce. Your commitment to promoting peace and stability for Cambodia and Thailand is deeply commendable. The ceasefire, which was achieved in recent talks in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, is a testament to your extraordinary statesmanship to resolve conflict.
Anyway, you get the point. Give the guy his Nobel Peace Prize already. Spambot saying the second gut has anaerobic bacteria. They bind the carbon from carbon dioxide and release the oxygen as a waste product. So that's very interesting, isn't it? Maybe we do need to do a fact check on this. Let's make it official. Here we go. Fact check. All right, we're going to look this up. Okay, hold on. So we've got AI overview. No, cows do not produce oxygen, nor are they net negative carbon emitters. While they are part of the biogenic carbon cycle, cattle, like all living things, produce greenhouse gases during respiration and digestion. By the way, I don't care if they're net negative or not, right? I still want my steak and my hamburger, and I don't think they're destroying the world. They also produce methane, a potent greenhouse gas, through enteric fermentation, blah, blah, blah. Well, is there anything? Let's see. Where was that university they were saying that he was? Where was that university they were talking about? Was it University of Kansas or something? Let's go back. Where was that? Here we go. Let's listen.
You'll be reading it, so it's not coming from my mouth. I'm not making it up. So you'll be reading it, so it's not coming from my mouth. I'm not making it up. But the University of Nebraska just...
University of Nebraska. All right, here we go. Hold on. University of Nebraska. University of Nebraska. Nebraska paper on cows net negative carbon. We'll see. We'll do a quick check if we can't find anything really quickly. All right. So here is a paper. Nebraska weighs in on cattle emissions conversation. All right. CO2 weighs in on cattle emission conversation. Let's make this bigger. All right. Uh, the conversation on cattle and climate has produced some incorrect assumptions. However, sound data collected across many years and various environments have produced quite accurate information. At this point, information truly shows the accurate picture of the effect of cattle on the environment and on climate, and cattle actually contribute to a smaller portion of the overall emissions than originally thought. What is the thing? It's control command F. Is that it? There we go. Okay, let's look oxygen. Oh, oxygen. Due to cattle's unique four-chambered stomach, so this is getting to what Spambot was saying. They naturally produce methane because of the oxygen-lacking environment that bacteria in their stomach live in. Just like humans, after cattle digest feed, they breathe out. Okay, is there any other mentions here? All right. All right. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's saying what that guy said. So, and we'll leave it at that. Let's see. What do we got next? Dog really likes to get the packages. That dog is like a little like anime character or something. What? There must have been like dog treats in one of those packages once or something. That must be why. Let's see. Shafrigo says if they give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize, the libs will lose their minds. Of course they will. They will. They to quote Greta, "How dare you?" Well, exactly, and they will never give it to him because it's not. It's not about what it's supposed to be about, right? It's politics. Rogue Thought says more woke AI garbage. Which one was the AI garbage? Which was the AI garbage? I can't remember now. All right, let's keep going. Oh, this is funny. All right, you guys got to check this out. So, Shane Gillis, best drunk story. Listen,
I was gone. It was an all-day tailgate. I was at South Carolina versus Tennessee, and I'm standing there, and there's just a tiny fence between me and the handicap section, and I just stepped over it. No one batted an eye, dude. I was standing there just. For real. I was on the field. I left my friends. They were in the student section. I was just shit-faced walking around, and I was like, stepped in, and dude, people were like looking at me like, checks out. Fully checks out. I just,
Yeah, if you just do that.
yeah. I mean, that's my face when I'm blacked out. I was gone. It was an all-day tailgate.
the funny thing is, see, he has Down syndrome in his family, and he talks. It's part of his act, right? He talks about it, and that it just kind of like dinged him. He didn't get it fully, but you can see it in his face. It's pretty funny. All right. Oh, was the Trudeau survivor, the Chinese vacuum train was the AI garbage. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Okay. Spambot says he punked a friend in Toronto, sent him half a kilogram of catnip in a bubble pack envelope, and his cat went nuts. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's a good one. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. This one we're going to save for the Monday premium stream. What is going on here? The real Mr. Bench. At what point does society go back to survival of the fittest? Needs to start. Tourists with a bear in Campbell River, BC. I mean, this is just, how stupid can you be?
It's an idiot. Bro. In an instant.
I would be telling them, hey, tourists, get the hell away from that bear. Get away from it now. Are you insane? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Stop it now. It's like they're just watching to see if the guy gets mauled.
Dude, don't touch the bear. Are you fucking kidding me?
The level of, how can anybody be this stupid? Is this what happens when you just do nothing but, when you watch nothing but anime for your entire life and you think everything's just a fluffy, cute animal? Like, the level of insanity there. I also too, like, I would have been telling them, like, get away from that bear. It's going to maul you. Holy crap. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, I was talking about how you can't even trust Grok these days. It's true. Its info is gathered from many leftist media sources, but we did go to that Nebraska paper, and it wasn't saying it, what the guy in the video was saying. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, almost literally poking the bear. Yeah, well, he did touch it. He did touch the bear. Oh, crazy. Macross says it's a black bear. Any other bear, any other bear would have eaten them. Yeah, so they were lucky as black bear. Black bear will also maul you badly if it wants to. Trudeau Survivor says I would have been encouraging them to get closer because you're evil. Because you're an evil degenerate, Trudeau Survivor. McCross says I want a pet rhinoceros at the campfire. That sounds like a good evening. All right. Let's move on. Anyway, those people are crazy foreign dingbats. That's what I'm saying. Check this out. Need someone to tell me how he did this? I don't know. I know he's not really magic, but I can't figure out how he did it. What? Oh no. Oh no. Is that AI? Is that AI? I don't think it is. I don't know how the hell he pulled that off. That was pretty crazy. Does that look like it's ripped there? I don't know. I have no idea how he did it. Let's move on.
Boys.
There's another one of these too. Where is it? Let's go straight to that one. Here we go. This one is actually better. But Urukai have normal voices. Let's check it out.
What is it? What do you smell? Man flesh. Jeez. Oh my stars. Did he say man flesh? They've picked up our trail. Drat. Aragon. Let's go. We'll show these. Let's go. Get us. I'm really hungry. We'll show these guys. Get something to eat. Get them good.
That's pretty good. I want to find more of those. This is I can't play this one because it doesn't make sense without the music, so we'll have to save this for a premium stream. Let's see. This is funny. All right. She purposefully drops a piece of apple just to see how her dog will react. God damn it. Stop putting music on these things. So let's see. She dropped a piece of apple to see what the dog would do. Dogs are smart. He's looking over. Oh, that's so funny. Dogs are awesome. Gotta love dogs. All right. I hate how spot on this is. Maybe we should save this one, actually. Are we going to shut this down pretty quick? No, there was no... is the glitch gone forever now? I wonder. I wonder if when they fixed that weird thing that didn't let me go live on that Tuesday, that fixed the glitch as well. I don't know. Let's save that one. Hold on. Let's watch this, though. In honor of Julia Child's 113th birthday and SCTV Classic, let's watch this. This might be a good one to end it all off on.
Excitement as Mr. Rogers, representing Bill Buckley's team, enters the ring. Oh, look out there, Fred. The slender chap's not used to this sort of fare. Tonight, he prepares to face the heavily favored Julia Child, the French chef, if you will. More about that later. But first, let's take a look at both fighters in their respective corners as they prepare for the upcoming bout. There's Child, cool and collected, obviously in shape and ready for this fight. But what about Rogers? Experts have questioned, myself included, his ability to participate in so physical a sport. Some going so far as to cast aspersions on his manhood itself. And of course, the confident Julia Child. And there's the bell starting round one. But there, he rocked Julia Child with a devastating left, and the French chef is visibly shaken. Not unlike George Steinbrenner after his humiliating defeat to Tommy Lasorda's Dodgers. But more about that later. Rogers is chasing her around the ring. She's running in terror. Coco Van, or no Coco Van, this woman is in trouble. This is really disgusting. This is not the sort of fare we're used to bringing. I certainly hope the young fans of Mr. Rogers' neighborhood aren't staying out to watch this bloody travesty. But wait, a sudden turn of events. Child coming on strong, no longer on the defensive. The two of them trading blows like gladiators in the ancient Roman tradition, fighting to the death. This is a tremendous fight. You can feel the momentum actually swinging toward Child. And what just happened there? He grabbed the puppet. Oh, look at this. He's hitting Child with the lovable King Friday. And the French chef is down and being counted out. This is an unheard of tactic. Child is out cold. Why isn't Rogers being disqualified? Instead, he's being declared the winner. I don't have to explain. You saw it. He beat the woman unconscious with a puppet. All the papers will...
Yeah, that's Eugene Levy as Howard Cosell there. That was Martin Short and John Candy. That's classic. Let's see. All right. There's some good stuff here, but I might want to save it for Sunday. because I want to be super busy tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to collect too much stuff. So there's some classic stuff in here. There's some good stuff. We might save this for Sunday. That way I won't be panicking when it gets to Sunday. I want to do this one first. Dudes posting their W's. Top 15 most attractive hobbies to women. So reading is that surprises me. Reading. I know how to read. I can read. Foreign languages. Donde está la baño, por favor? Playing an instrument. I can play an instrument. Cooking. Woodworking. Nah, not really. Painting. Nah. Writing. I can write. Done lots of writing in my life. Gardening. Swimming. I can swim. It's not impressive. I mean, like I can't do like a big dive off the high board. I mean, I could. It just wouldn't look good. It wouldn't be attractive to women to see me do that. Photography. I fucking had it up to here with photography. It's like the lowest common denominator of the arts, right? It's like the didgeridoo, right? The didgeridoo. That's the instrument for people who are incapable of doing any other instrument. So they tried piano, they can't do it. They tried guitar, no good, right? Tried violin, they can't do it. They tried saxophone, can't do it. Tried the recorder, can't do it. Tried the triangle, they can't do it. They all go down to didgeridoo, and that sounds okay. It just sounds like every other didgeridoo. You can't really fail. Brr, brr, brr. How long have you been playing didgeridoo? I just picked it up. Literally just picked it up right now. You sound like you've been doing it your whole life. Everybody does. It's the didgeridoo. It's the instrument for people with zero talent. Photography is like that. You could just tie a camera to a squirrel and just have it run around the forest. And, if you take 1,500 pictures of things, some of them are going to look okay just by accident. Would you like to see my photography? No, I would not actually. I tell you what, did you tie a camera to a squirrel and let it run around the forest? I'll look at that. It's photography. I'm a photographer. So anybody can press click. Shut up. It's not art. Okay. It's not art. What a load of bullshit. Fucking photography. Fuck you. Every photographer out there in the world right now, fuck you. Go fuck yourselves.
You can stuff it up your ass for nothing and fuck off while you're doing it.
Not here. Not in my house. Not in my house. I'm just kidding. I'm not actually angry about photography. Sometimes I just say things, and I don't know why. The problem is that, and I tell people all the time, the secret to me staying sober is that I'm actually drunk all the time. It's like Bruce Banner for the Hulk, right? His secret is that he's angry all the time. That's why he can turn into the Hulk at a moment's notice. I'm the same, but it's like I'm drunk all the time. I got permanently drunk from drinking too much, so I don't need to drink anymore. And I have no impulse control because I broke that part of my brain. So I just say things. So I'm not actually angry. If you guys are photographers, I'm actually fine with it. It's okay. I mean, not really, but let's see. Radio Shimmer says, wait, I demand a recount. Electronics repair is not on the list. Let's see. Electronics repair. Nope. What else we got? Astronomy. That's an interesting one. Again, it's not really a talent, though, is it? I mean, you just have a telescope and you look at the sky. So I don't know. Hiking's fun. Done lots of hiking. Haven't done much lately, but hiking's good. That's a good one. Archery, that's fun. Kind of random, though. But, all right, I get that one. Blacksmithing. I'm not such a blacksmith, I got to admit. You know what? I'm going to confess this. I have literally never done any blacksmithing in my life. I haven't even smithied one sword. Not one. Not even one. I've never told anybody that before. I've never even made one sword in my life. Traveling. So it's a hobby. Anybody can really do it. So I don't know. I'm gonna, I like doing road trips now. I don't want to I'm happy to never get on a plane for the rest of my life. Too many photographers on them. I'm putting up with that bullshit. Rogue Thought says, I plan on drinking Sunday for the show. Forgive me, Lord. We'll make sure you put all that booze into the chat. Let's see. Chef Rico says, does Richie have a life? Of course not. Of course not. This is my life. You people are my life. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, did the girls think they said astrology? That's probably it. Astrology. I think you got it. Shiver says, wait, I demand a recount. Electronics repair is not on the list. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, huh? Garbage list. Garbage list. Or fishing, Rogue Thought says. Garbage list. Let's see. McCross says, I don't think I've ever known any woman that can remove a computer case cover to blow the dust out. Yeah, they suck at that. Trudeau Survivor, what a bullshit list. Money, cars, travel, and then be funny. Yep. Yeah, so a lot of this is just stuff they want to do, I guess. Right? The traveling, foreign languages. All right. Radio Shrimmer says, I feel like this list was made by the cat ladies that read romantic novels. Could be. Spambot says, I have driven to every coastline in North America. Cool. Road trips are fun. Road trips are the best. Jeffrigo says, don't homeless people travel? Well, hobos do. They ride the rails, right? Let's see. And that includes the Arctic coast. Really? Okay, well, that's a hell of a drive. That's a long one. Let's see. Canada Monkey podcaster. Do they like that? I don't know. All right. Well, I guess that's it. We'll save the rest of it because we're 4 hours in, people, and it's late. It's late at night. So we can save the last few for Sunday. Because again, I'm going to be busy all day tomorrow. And that means I'll be panicked on Sunday trying to come up with more stuff because I probably won't have a chance to do it tomorrow. So we'll save it. We'll keep that in the bank. We'll bank that. Maybe we'll even do an ad, though, before we go. That would be crazy. Hold on. Let's see. Do you know what? I'm doing the NCAA tune-in. It says, please stick straight to the script. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to stick to the script. This is good. This is like, discipline for me. I need to learn this. I told you, I have no impulse control. So I need to practice. The countdown is over. The rivalries are real, and the road to the championship begins on August 23rd. Westwood One Sports brings you every electrifying moment of NCAA football. From the first snap to the final whistle. Top teams, big plays, unforgettable Saturdays. Don't miss a second of the action. Listen to NCAA football on Rumble.com, the Westwood One Sports app on WestwoodOneSports.com, via Westwood One station streams, or by asking Alexa to open Westwood One Sports. If it's sports, it's on Westwood One. And I didn't say anything about communism because I can't, because they told me not to. Look, I want that $1.86. Right? I want that $1.86. It's mine. It's mine. I'm not going to blow that. I'm not going to blow that by talking about commie hate and how much I hate communists. You think I'm going to blow that? No, sir. All right, let's do the last bit of the chat here. Chef Rico says, I've never heard a woman say my hobby is blacksmithing. Never. I don't think they know how to pronounce anvil. Well, it's not them, though. It's you, right? Because I guess, they read like romance novels, and then they see the cover, and it's like like a big guy, like a hot blacksmith on the cover, right? So they think, oh, yeah, I want to date one of those guys, one of those blacksmiths. Let's see. And it'll look just like Fabio. Macross says, saying just kidding after saying something doesn't make funny. Doesn't make funny. Now, whatever. I mean, the thing is, I don't actually hate photographers. What am I doing? I do hate them. Why did I say sorry? Why did I say sorry? No, I fucking despise them. I hate photography in all of its form. Fuck it. I would destroy every camera on earth if I could. Off of phones, anywhere. DSLR, whatever kind of cameras they are. Polaroids, all of them. Fuck them. Burn them. I would burn them all. I would gather them up. If I was emperor of the world, I would gather up all the phone, all of the cameras in the world. I'd make a giant big pile and I would light it on fire. And you know what? That smoke from all those cameras would linger in the air probably for years, maybe decades. It would probably cause a nuclear winter on the planet. And I wouldn't give a shit. Because you know why? Because nobody could ever say to me, oh, I'm a photographer. Would you like to see my photography? I took a picture of a tree. Would you like to see it? No. Fuck you, commie. No. And by the way, they're all communists as well. No, I don't want to see the picture of that tree or the bush. No, fuck you. So you're right. You're right. I was wrong to apologize. You're right. You shame me. And you know what? Shame is good. You should shame people when they do the wrong thing. You should say, because it makes them better. That's why. I'm better now. I'm better now. Because I have nothing to be ashamed of. I have nothing to be ashamed of. It's perfectly rational to hate photography and photographers. Because sometimes they make you look at pictures they took. That is perfectly rational. Chef Rico says, well done. Great ad read. 10.1 out of 10. That's almost the most you can get out of that 10. Awesome. Raider Sherman says, I guess I'll just have to hate commies even when it's not in an ad. You can do it. You can do it. Don't let go. Let's see. Macross says, my wife's hobby, never opening the boxes of things she ordered from Amazon. Chef Rico says, I want to see that picture of the bush. I feel like that was a degenerate thing to chat. That's what I think. No, I'm not going there, Radio Star. Don't even try. No, I'm not getting baited into that. No, it's too late. No, I'm not reading these things. I'm not reading your degenerate chats, you people. Absolutely not. It's disgraceful. Rook Thought says, could look at a picture of a great golf swing. Very specific picture. Video's fine, obviously. It's just photography. No, absolutely not. All right. So that's it. We're done. That's done. You guys were in good form tonight. The chat, you guys did well. You guys gave me some good belly laughs. All right. Thanks you guys for showing up. This is a pretty long one tonight. 4 hours, 8 minutes. Thanks you guys. Everybody have a great weekend. And everybody subscribe who's not subscribed and become a member of the channel as well. It's super important. Everybody's doing that. Don't get left out. Also, like the stream. You've got time to like the stream before you go. Do it right now. Don't stop. Don't hesitate. Just do it. You'll be happy. You'll get the good karma. Nothing terrible, nothing bad will happen to you as long as you like the stream. I mean, I can't promise that, but in these troubled times, are you going to turn your back on some good karma? I wouldn't do it. And everybody have a great weekend, and we will see you all, unless something catastrophic happens, but we'll see you all on Sunday night, 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern. Thanks, everybody. If you weren't here, it would be depressing. It would be a really depressing show for me. So thanks. See you next time.